Welcome to today's presentation of Mario Kart World. This is our 5th session streaming the game and our 2nd going through all of the gold trophies, 3-star gold trophies in mirror mode. We finished 6 cups in the previous stream and had a fairly productive session, ran into a few snags along the way with the Star Cup and the Banana Cup, and specifically in Salty Speedway. But we are here, and we're going to try to wrap up the last 2, and we'll see what time we have after that for anything else. Now, we are going to start, of course, with Donkey Kong, whom we haven't featured that much since he only has the one unlockable costume. But it seems appropriate to go with him since, of course, this stream comes right on the tail of the Nintendo Direct presentation of Donkey Kong Bonanza, which we will be very eager to feature in about a month's time. Lightning Cup is what we had the most trouble with initially when going for any gold trophies at all in 150cc, and so we decided to split it off onto this stream in case it does turn out that it takes some work. We were actually 1 turn short of making it out of there with 3 stars the last time. We flipped it on the final turn in the final course after having worked quite a while to get up to a gold trophy at all. So we're here, we're going to do it in the mirror, and we'll see if we fare a little bit better than in the previous session. So let's get in and find out how it goes. Starting with Moo Moo Meadows. Again, we are trying to 3-star everything in mirror mode, since the 3-star designation does trickle down to 150cc and all of the other classes in this game, and we want to get as much of mirror mode done as we can while the game is still relatively unfamiliar. We don't want to do it in a state when we've become far too accustomed to how the turns usually go in the correct orientation. So we haven't been doing anything like grinding out time trials or anything just yet. Mirror mode should come first. Of course, eventually trying to go for 3 stars in mirror mode Knockout Tour is likely to be a much more difficult initiative, and what we'll probably do is just try to go for straight gold in Knockout Tour first before we do anything like that. That is naturally going to be a little bit RNG dependent. Let's just hang back with the red shells for a moment. And yeah, they're just going to steadily peel off here, so we'll do this and tail the bomb and probably get into trouble with the blue shell when the time comes. And, well, that didn't help at all. That's sniped on the side somehow. Oh, probably by just being whipped by a triple shell. I missed an item block completely. And whacked by the horn, so. Alright, that's fine. It just means we're not particularly vulnerable to things like blue shell. Maybe we'll get a decent item draw down here that will let us catch up in due course. And then, let's see. Oh, totally missed the fence here, but let's see if Kamek gives us anything interesting. Moob. With the blue shell explosion in the previous stream, we kept saying Moo Cab. It's actually Moob Back, if you're in mirror mode and reading it correctly. Alright, let's take this a little bit seriously here, otherwise we're going to be in fairly big trouble going into lap 3. And we'll swap around characters every now and then, but we'll see how we do. And figure out where the snags that we run into in this cup are going to be. And hopefully get something that allows us to catch up here. Boomerang at least is a bit longer range and might be able to snipe something here. Yeah, tailing this with a green shell, that seems to work out. We should not be too vulnerable to anything here, and take the first. Bit of a rocky start, but we made it out. And let's see how Choco Mountain fares. Okay, let's go. Oh, that was supposed to be a straight. We totally put that. Let's just rail ride this one. Didn't really give us much of an advantage there, but how about here? Let's try to flip over into the double. We know that Donkey Kong only has the one costume right now. It is a general expectation that he's going to perhaps receive another one. And by the time Bonanza releases, just as a cross promotion, it seems like a very natural candidate. Now we're down to 1 coin and quite far behind. So let's double up here and see if we can fix this. I don't quite remember what the problem we were running into was with finishing with goal at all in 150 with this cup, but we did have some issues. And with these bananas here, let's just go around and keep the further places under control. We might have to deal with blue shell going into the last lap, but let's see. Got a pretty generous drifting angle on this vehicle here, on the Rob Hog. And nice little splash in the water, well timed to clear the blooper ink immediately. Nope, a bit wide there. Oh, that's a big miss. But we got a move. Let's just try to take the inside curve here to grab what we can. And we do see a golden shell and a blue shell. Oh, there's totally the blue shell tracks to the player behind me, and it does, which is very convenient. Going into the final stretch here. Yeah, a lot of the goals, as we've been commenting, do seem to come out of nowhere sometimes, around bends, around dips. Sometimes a little bit difficult to visualize the final tape, but especially with the lack of a lap structure in many cases, that makes the lap marker very clear. But we're making it out so far. It'll be kind of a nice reprieve from this course if we do, in fact, finish it quickly to make up for some of the struggles we were having. But some of the struggles we were having, I think, usually began with Toad's Factory here, because I do recall running into a bit of trouble. Oh, that was kind of disastrous, but that's okay. You're supposed to be able to take the lower rung if needed, and we'll just need to catch up with the items. Now let's see if we can find an opportune location here. This little shortcut, not most effective, but we'll get back on track. And hope we find a good location for this bend here. There's actually a fairly natural spot as we head into the Ramble segment. That pulls us well into first. Hit something there. And then I might as well just jump over and spin that. I mean, it would be more effective for shell defense if we had a strategy mapped out for it, but we don't. Oh, missed that completely. Yeah, not drifting too well in this segment here, but we'll try to fix some of that up as we go. Do we want to get on the bridge here? I guess we can. Nope, we'll miss. We're going to get into the factory area proper. I got a bit of a lead, but not enough to feel comfortable. Judging by the minimap. Yeah, you can kind of see everybody coming up from behind. There's a wall ride that's kind of marked with the coins there. We've been looking for that wall ride for some time, and we just never really found it. Oh, that's almost bad. Almost spilled off the edge there. Yeah, it is one of those courses where a lot can happen and happen badly. We'll just keep what we have now, just to tail some defense behind us as we get close to the final stretch. And that's the tape right there, so we're actually going to have a pretty easy finish here with a very large stretch and no issues with the blue shell as yet. We'll see how much of a choke we have on the fourth part of the cup. As we move into Bowser's moving castle. Okay, doing pretty well so far, I guess. It's been a good day for DK. And yeah, we actually do get a little bit of drift. Or maybe that was just a boost from the panel. Point blank nab it here? Yeah, we can, just as he's firing off that mushroom. That seemed to work effectively. Pull ahead a little bit, at least until somebody's blue shell stops us. This area here was utterly chaotic in Knockout Tour, because it is typically one of the early segments in one of the knockout routes. So it's very odd to see it so clear. The nice thing about these split paths and courses like this is that in mirror mode, nothing is confusing about them since you just have the symmetrical split anyway. It's kind of like that with Bowser's Castle in 8 as well as I recall, and other courses with splits like Electrodrome. It's going to hit me right here, isn't it? Let's break into this. Yeah, good. It's because we don't want to hit over the jump here. I feel like that was a very well-placed strategic break. Because we could have been in a world of trouble if we were hit in the middle of that jump, I think. Depending on where the Lakitu drop-off location would be registered as. This has been surprisingly clean. And to think I was concerned about this cup, I mean, we can always lose it on the last bend, so we shouldn't be too complacent just yet, but we're in good shape right now. We've got a feather potentially for red shell defense if something comes in, but speaking of red shell defense, oh, and lightning's going to hit me anyway, but lightning's also going to zap the shell, so that's fine. Oh yeah, this is the bend where we actually just jumped into the wrong location when I played this originally, and that's what cost us the 3-star last time. Was I just aimed to the wrong place. And you know what? We are going to one-shot this cup easily. No problems whatsoever. Just never even under threat. And this time I'm going to remember to take the screenshot because we forgot what the banana cup, despite that one being the one that I worked on. I really do like time-stamping a lot of my accomplishments in games like this. Even if we do have everything, of course, recorded in the video evidence. But yeah, very clean and clear win. we haven't had too many go that smoothly. I think I one-shot 2 of the other cups, I want to say. But this went very, very well. Love the cup design for Lightning Cup as well. Definitely matches one of Bowser's kits very well. Okay, well, let's finish up with Special Cup. And then if we do it quickly, we can get into some Mirror Mode knockout. Now, we've had DK take a turn. Let's, of course, head over to Pauline, the other star of the show. We've been showing off the Arrow outfit quite a bit. You know what? Let's have her in formal dress for this finale this time. Love her Arrow outfit, but this time around, let's give her something a little different. And let's pick something appropriate for her here. A lot of these look quite good on her. We'll try to pick something with decent speed if we can. The plush buggy looks really quite a good fit for this here. And Funky Dory, of course, is always these enjoys. Let's go to the plush buggy. And hopefully we're not too set back by the handling. Alright, Mirror Cup on special. Let's do it. We found a Rainbow Road in this game to be absolutely glorious, so it'll be a treat to revisit it, since we only get to see it in Grand Prix, at least in the current state of the game, and so we don't get really that many opportunities to enjoy the full scope of its spectacle. Notice that the Special Cup crown, of course, is just symmetrical, so the image is not so obviously mirrored, even if the Mario Kart text is backwards. Alright, let's do it. And then, yeah, we should, if we are redoing this a few times, definitely try to master some of the rail rides, since I feel like that's essential to this course in ways that we haven't quite calculated yet, especially with some of the rail rides there getting right into the double items. And we're normally never back here in the 20s in Prix. We usually just kind of get into the top half and forget about it, but here we might see some pretty high-powered items as a result. And of course, the crowd is pretty packed in here, so let's not fall off the edge here. We'll get back into a slightly more respectable position on this lap, even though we're falling at 1 coin currently, which is a concern, but let's let the blue shell do its thing. And oh, the blue shell hit my red shell by mistake. I didn't know it could do that. That if you're... Oh no, it doesn't do that. It just blows through and it's a kaboom. So something else hit my red shell. The move back, as it were. Okay. Oh, nearly ran into that banana. But yeah, we're still on 2 out of 3. We've still got some catch-up potential here, so... Not sure the boomerang is most effective for that, but we'll see what we can do, since we're tailing over to second place here. There we go. It's a better shot than usual from the boomerang. Get low on the coin count, but let's get up the rail, and then, yeah, the right side rail takes you to the left side double. And let's just take the lower out. Rack up some coins to try to defend the lead. Blue shell is just going to happen from time to time. Let's just dump this and try to catch up with some doubled items as we Around the bend here, hopefully not too close to the finish. Whoop. Bomb's not going to be too effective here. Red shell, however, is going to whiff completely. Oh, we gotta get around here. Nope. Yeah, the red shell whiffed, unfortunately, because we just weren't in position at all to throw it, and so that cost us. Let's do a restart. Yeah, we just needed to wait a little bit for the red shell to actually properly catch who was ahead of us in first. We were marked a second at a time, but the routing kind of threw off its aim by the looks of it. Let's give Pauline another try here. So yeah, right side rail ride at the very beginning seems to be the idea, unless of course you get knocked off the rail for some reason. Yeah, just a very solid special cup. Course after course, along with the Leaf Cup, definitely one of the highlights of the GP experience. And really quite an inspired choice to save the reworked Mario circuit. Really quite original, but kind of a remix of everything that came before. The Super Nintendo forward. Very nice to have it in the late game for once. And very appropriately built for that. But this is a great start here too in Acorn Heights. Definitely a course that I think encourages some mastery of where the rail rides are going to go. For instance, if we... Oh, totally missed it. I was trying to go for the entry point in the middle there and missed. Because, yeah, that sends you up the middle here. There are definitely some rail shortcuts here that we should get a better handle on. In better shape off the start this time, at least. Oh, nope. I was trying to get us straight into that, but then we drifted to Dodge the Banana. And we managed to get double there anyway, so it's alright. Not too bad. Oops, got a little caught in that bump. And just Pianta again. Oh, didn't really have time to get out of the way of the blue that time. Okay, let's have an opportunity to actually try to get on this time. We can. And yeah, it takes you... not where I wanted to go. Okay, that's not the right one. Yeah, bit of a mix-up there. Okay, that's not the entry point for where we want to go. We would need to hop off that rail at the very end. Maybe it continues the other rail, though, if you get a nice jump off of that. That's okay, we're still learning some of these. That's just how the learning process is going to go sometimes. Let's get on this one. Flips you over to double. Not the shortest path, but it saves you the steering, which is the advantage of the rail ride sometimes, I think. And if you can get on one of these, then even better. You could kind of hop from rail to rail, too, I think, sometimes. And the way that would be very fancy to pull off, but we're just going to miss that this time. Yeah, it looks like the rail ride would actually be off the one that's on the right side. We don't really see a good way to get on that one yet, but let's... oh, we're on 3 out of 3. This is a bad time. We're just going to be passed here by blue shell shenanigans. Okay, I guess we're restarting. I only just noticed as the blue shell came in just how close we were to the end. We'll give Pauline a few chances here. It's her special day as much as anyone's. Yeah, too bad about that. That was not well planned when it came to blue shell management. Now, the thing about Mario Circuit is that some of the turns there are in the back of our minds quite familiar. And so that might be one where familiarity presents a risk in mirror mode, but we have to get there first. We have to get past Acorn Heights here, which we're still learning. And let's just get on this rail. And whip our way around. Oh, totally missed it. All the items were taken. Yeah, we probably shouldn't trick so much in the air, but... Oh, trying to land on that rail. That didn't go. But definitely this is a course design that lends itself to ideas like that, if you can pull them off. Yeah, and there's a path that goes to the right side that's almost certainly reached by coming off some other rail, and then it takes you straight through to the middle here. I don't know how to do that yet. It might be a feather shortcut. Or it might be a shortcut that has to be chained from another shortcut, which looks very much like the case. And there's a situation with a couple of different spots here. This gives you 2 coins plus double item, nice and clean this time. And then we'll have a bit of blue shell defense as long as lightning doesn't take it off of us first. Or, oh, here we are. Okay, that takes care of that one. And yeah, we'll just keep going and try to build the lead. This is feeling pretty clean, owing in large part to the blue shell defense. And again, I don't know how much of a speed advantage it is, but it's nice to just be able to hit that unobstructed. Missing that one, but that's okay. Yeah, there's a whole network of shortcuts here, essentially. And does the feather do anything to clear the ink? It does not, but Kamek is going to give everybody a chance to be a wiggler for once in their lives. Kamek is going to also transform something else, but we didn't see it, so... Oh, and of course we're going to get past, because of blue shell, right at the ending, yet again. Yet again. And that's after having defended one blue shell first. Okay, that has not gone well. Well, I think we should bench Pauline for the moment and rotate around a little bit. We can bring her back for another try later on. Let's show off some other costume that we haven't seen much of yet, since the trick animations are sometimes unique. And yeah, we haven't really unlocked anybody too new here. We did get to play around with Chuck a little bit. We haven't seen Vampire in action just yet, in fact, so let's do that and give him an appropriate ride. We got standard cars, standard bikes. You know, if you really like the stats, we usually try to go for something cosmetically a little bit fancier. Twin chopper here. A bit light on the acceleration, but maybe we can build up a lead decently, and so we'll go with that. This is Waluigi's cinema popcorn costume. Appropriately an absolute horror show. So yeah, we haven't even been able to get past Acorn Heights yet, so this has been a little bit of an obstruction, but again, it's just been a lot of the blue shells at the end and not having enough of a commanding lead going into that when we do take the lead, so... Got a nice cape on him here. Okay. Sure, let's just grab this and miss. That's okay, we'll just try to get a few decent bounces here to ride this route here. Can we land on a rail? Not really. Oh, we tried. Let's just grab something else going into this. Whoops. Way overshot there. A bit of horn defense on who we just passed there, but we'll wrap around and keep the horn for the time being until we have a clear opportunity. I mean, it is plausible that we'll just naturally pass at this point as well, so we keep that in mind. And we'll just take the lower route this time so we can do nice and quickly. Just try to race our way into first. He's got this bat shadow as well when he does this trick. That was really interesting. We could just barely make it out. That. Oh, whoa, I didn't mean to use that. What was I doing? For some reason I thought it was only a mushroom. No. Let's just do this. I mean, we're not in first anyway, so let's just take this. I'm sure I'll regret it when I get blue shelled again here, but let's just take this for a moment. And yeah, if you use Chemic in the first place, you do still get to spawn things on the track ahead, I think, so we'll do that. Because then you just drop whatever obstacles are there behind you, maybe. Well, it's going to transform everybody into the Wiggler, and then we'll take this track here, and I'm not going to try to footstool off the Wiggler. I feel like that's not going to go well for us. We haven't tried, so. And then, yeah, let's just keep this line of defense here. I do see a red shell, that's fine. This pad, and then yeah, we're getting into the last turn here, so hopefully we're not surprised by anything. We have a very clear lead this time, which was nice and quite comfortable. Okay, finally we're going to get past Acorn Heights and get into Mario Circuit. Yeah, just being able to take advantage of speed stat unobstructed for a long stretch gives us a nice clear lead that then becomes defensible if we are ahead by enough. Okay, and then let's head towards Mario Circuit. I'll do the transitional area first, which is a whole lot of straightaways, but well, if you're going to stand right in front of me, you get hit. But yeah, he's got this really interesting bat trick animation to him. Try to keep an eye on that. And you know what? This is rideable. I bet. Oh, we missed a whole coin trail at the end there. That's actually a whole load of coins that we missed out on just now. Because I jumped off a little too early, but that's okay. We'll get them off of the coin shell instead. Hit some of these blocks if we can. Oop. And let the blue shell bypass us. And just go around it. Move back. And let's try to build that lead. Well, maybe so. Okay, we know that you've got some decent mushroom shortcuts all over the place here in Mario Circuit, so we'll just try to take them when we see them. And drift aggressively. And also mine some of the arrows every now and then when we are being rerouted. And okay, sure, we'll check that out. Get around the bomb. critical there. And we're pretty close to tape, I think. That is not the tape. Yeah, it's hard to see because you just have that rainbow line that's at the goal. And oh, bad time for it. Bad time. Oh, we should have thrown it forward. I don't know why we threw it backwards. I didn't see we were being passed. I should have checked. Okay, this might have cost us right here. And we should have saved a mushroom there too, but that's okay. We'll pass. A nice boost there around that time. Okay, good. Actually sufficient catch-up opportunities this time, which we don't often see. And we should be able to finish. Yeah, a bit risky though with the blue shell coming in, but we managed. Thank you for the GG, Netcat. This is the last of our 3-star mirror cups to finish, so hopefully making steady progress. 2 more to go, though. I don't mind failing so much at the Rainbow Road this time because it means just we get to see it again, but it would be nice if we can do this cleanly and get there in the first place in this other largely straight transitional segment. It gets us over to Peach Stadium for Mario Circuit. It takes us in a clean southbound cut across the continent. Oh, there we go. And you know what? Can we? Yes, we can. Although we missed a whole coin trail there, so maybe that's actually not advantageous at all. I just wanted to try it. Yeah, that was actually not that useful. Apart from saving me the steering. Because we missed a lot of coins along the way. Love the bat trick animation. We need to take them into photo mode and really play with that some more. Move back. And move. That was sort of an instant activation on the move there. Okay. And let's try to find a good place to cut with the mushroom. Sure. I was going to miss those items anyway, so... Still in segment 2 out of 5. We've got some distance left to cover. Let's get some defense up. And then just take both out if we can. Oh, we're going to get hit by it, aren't we? That's fine. We are still on 3 out of 5. We've got some room to recover from that before we get into the final lap segment of Peach Stadium. And so we'll see if we can find a good mushroom spot coming up here. Oh, okay. That would work because thankfully we didn't get wiped out by the collision. Oh, should have jumped that one. All right, and then we just do the lap around the stadium here in a moment. We've been really low on coins, which has not helped, but let's just try to boost into the straights here and see what we can catch. And yeah, Netcat, you were saying that Bonanza Direct was fire to... Oh, it absolutely was. I was kind of wary of spoilers and like going in, but I actually had seen the Odd Rock reveal leaked ahead of time. It was something I heard about a few weeks ago. Yeah, because essentially the final cover artwork had been inadvertently published by one of Nintendo's regional branches. And so it's just waiting for that shoe to drop. But it did mean, in a paradoxical sense, that I was less concerned about sitting down with the Direct, and, you know, what a wonderful time it was. The music especially, I feel like it's really an all-timer of a Nintendo soundtrack that's coming our way. Okay, good that we got the boost there at the end. That was very, very useful to actually just pass straight up there with a little bit of a boost, making us climb over into first at the very end, because that was quite close to being a reset. Let's see how we do on Rainbow Road. Yeah, I mean, I was already pretty clear that I was going to pick up Donkey Kong from the start, even when it was revealed as part of the launch lineup, but the soundtrack now, I think, is one of the things that we're really looking forward to about it. In a way that I hadn't really considered before. I was trying to get a good shot here with the green shell. I guess that kind of counts, but let's try to go for a double here as we get into the Rainbow Road entry. Very much a Rainbow Road that pays tribute to many Rainbow Roads past. And outdoes them in many ways, I think. Because you see segments that feel like many of the previous ones, and you know what, let's try to hit right here. It wasn't quite effective, but maybe we hit right here. And then snipe that moment. I mean, we still need to finish in first, so just taking out the leader might not be sufficient here, but let's get in. I kind of want to toss this back just to try to hit somebody, but and also get some rear defense going as we get into another item. But what a glorious rainbow it is. We'll see some of the vampire bat tricks going on again. A bit of a railing here, too short for us to take effectively. I mean, the whole point of Rainbow Road is that you don't have too much going on in terms of rails. It seemed to be the original distinguishing mark of Rainbow Road on the Super Nintendo. But safety railings just aren't a thing up here. Okay, how are we doing? Not too far ahead, but... Oh, that's kind of a bad drift here. We'll try to close in on some of these coins. What kind of shell do we hear coming our way? Nothing as yet. No, I wasn't avoiding spoilers. In the end, I actually just watched the whole thing. Yeah, cat. The last time I really made an effort to go completely blind into a game was Tears of the Kingdom, and that was something I knew I wanted to do because of the way Breath of the Wild went. I knew how important it was that discovering everything for the first time is such a critical part of that format. With Bonanza, I was mostly concerned that they would do what they did with 3D World back in the day and spoil something super late game. The way that when 3D World was promoted on the Wii U, it completely spoiled things like the Rosalina unlock. I didn't necessarily think they'd do that this time around, depending on how desperate they were to push the game. I think they really did let it speak for themselves. The only thing that I felt like, you know, we maybe already saw a lot where I would have liked to discover it myself might have been some things like the animal transformations. But again, there's probably quite a lot that's being concealed with those too still. So, you know, get a really good targeted throw with bomb here. Not quite, but trying to hit mid-jump there. I guess it expends the bomb there, or the horn there. Anyway, we're getting into this tribute to the Mario Kart 8 space station. I bet there's a good feather shortcut here somewhere, but we're not going to see it, I don't think. Oh yeah, actually we could have jumped up to that bend. I don't know if that would have been effective. And then, of course, swamps that go all the way back to the Super Nintendo. We're on segment 4 out of 5. Oh, nope, that was bad move. Really bad move, actually. Yeah, I keep underestimating momentum on the feather. Unfortunately, that puts it pretty distantly in third going into final segment here, so maybe a blue shell will save us. That's okay, we still have a whole segment to go. Getting into the finale here, though. the Mario Kart 64 train, this time with all the passengers from this game. Okay. We'll just need to drive well here, I think. We are pretty far behind. If we can get up into first again. Oh, then ride this in the middle. Now, where's first? I don't see them. Must be really far. Oh, I'm in first. Okay, great. We'll do it. We'll take it. Let's get some defense going. Let's hopefully not get blue shelled right here. Right now. Put the gate in sight. Okay. Oh, I got caught. When that yeah, oh no, that was a bad corner. That was a bad corner right at the end. Let's drift around and try to save it. Good thing the drift is so nice on this vehicle. But we're getting really nice turbos. I hope everything here. Oh, and the mushroom got stolen. That's not good. It was stolen directly behind me. Will we get through? Yes, we will. Finish. And that is 3-star mirror mode complete. Now, Kat, you're saying, let's be glad that we can play as a zebra. You were waiting for Nintendo to announce that transformative game that would convince people like you to buy a Switch 2. Well, I was pretty confident Donkey Kong would be it, to be honest. I felt very confident in that game from its reveal. It was more of a draw for me than Mario Kart was, I would say. But the lineup this year for launch is a very good fit for me in many ways. The Kirby expansion is going to be a big deal, given how much I enjoyed The Forgotten Land. And Metroid Prime 4, of course, is a major mark on a calendar, even though, of course, it is available on Switch 1 as well. And so I felt like this was a pretty strong launch year in the works. And again, it's because it's well suited for me. It's not going to be true for all players. But yeah, I feel like I have a very full calendar on Switch 2 this year. And you're saying you weren't convinced until after the Direct? Yeah, that's fair. But to me, it was so conspicuously the game that we were getting instead of a 3D Mario follow-up to Odyssey that I absolutely expected it to be the premier single-player experience for this year. Okay, so here's the credits. I mean, the credits themselves are not mirrored, so I don't know that we need to watch. So we'll skip over this time, since we've seen this a few times before. And we'll see if there's anything for the mirror completion. Probably not, I would guess. Yeah, not that we know of, but that is mirror mode. It's 3-star GP complete. I'm just going to screenshot that quickly and then go back into the main screen for Knockout Tour, since we finished this nice and early today. So yeah, this is 3 stars across the board for all GPs, since it trickles down from mirror. And let's switch over to single player Knockout Tour. And like I said, I won't be going for 3-star golds in it. We'll probably just do gold mirror as much as we can. Okay, you're saying you're still waiting for 3D Mario? Yeah, I feel like it might be some ways off, but you never know. I'm just going to update something quickly. One moment while we make an edit. Okay, that should display correctly. Now, let's figure out who we're going to ride with. Again, we had a pretty good time with DK earlier. We've shown him off already today, but I don't mind giving him another go, just because he's the hot topic of conversation. Earlier, Today we showed him off with the Rob Hog. Let's give him something a little different this time. Put him on the Dread Sled. And see how it goes. And Netcat, I think 3D Mario is going to come just later in the generation. But I'm glad that Donkey Kong is kind of getting this full treatment. And showing everybody who's boss. Alright. Golden Rally. Also, I mean, you know how much of a photo mode Shutterbug I am. Even before they revealed that Donkey Kong Bonanza would have a photo mode back in the first demos, I was thinking, like, this game is perfect for it. And so I expect that to be preoccupying us quite a bit, the way that it has been with Mario Kart World. So, this is our current status. We don't have 3 stars in anything except this one, quite luckily. But we will just go for gold on Mirror and try to clean that up across the board. And that's our next big objective here in single player. You know what a sculpting feature immediately reminded me of? Because, of course, one of the things they showed with the sculpting was that one of the presets is Mario's face. That is exactly just the natural evolution of the Mario 64 title screen. The first time that people could rotate Mario's face and push and pull his nose, you know? It feels like a very natural extension of that. But yeah, it looks like it's something that's probably going to show off some things with the mouse and rumble as well. I don't know if we'll really get a chance to have someone on second player with Pauline chucking things, which seems to have been a theme with some of the ways that Nintendo games let people ride shotgun lately. I think it was very similar with Pikmin 4. It was similar with Odyssey. I think it goes back to Galaxy as well, just, you know, letting a second player point at things and click them. Yeah, because you could do something with Cappy as player 2 in Odyssey, couldn't you? I never really got a chance to look at that, but... Okay, let's just ride here. Again, name of the game in Knockout Tour is just to, against CPU anyway, just trying to keep first place under control and not letting them tear away with it too much. But yeah, I love how lengthy and continuous these races can be. And again, I want to get mirror mode out of the way here before we really get back to playing a lot of standard non-mirrored knockout. Because this has been the main thing I've been doing in the online modes. I haven't really been doing the standard races at all. I've just been doing Knockout Tour and accomplishing what we can with it. But it feels very different with a full multiplayer lobby than it does against CPUs, just because everybody is packed together so tightly. Whoops, we should have just burnt the horn here. Nope, didn't hit anything with that. Got a good drift around this inside edge though, so we'll use our weight stat here just to bully everybody off and get on the inside rail over here. And then just try to shortcut this a little better. That didn't quite work, but just fire a little blast here. We hit 2 people. And then we'll get a quick way forward and pick up some coins along the way. Oh, didn't have any room for items here, so let's watch out. Try to get a good boost into this segment. You can ride the wire here. It actually does take you pretty far. We should have taken it. Whoops. Yeah, it's actually quite a good wire ride. By the looks of it. Okay, you know what? Let's just take this. We're in second, so I'm not worried about Blue Shell at the moment. That was actually the perfect opportunity to pass. And we'll catch some of the mushrooms that are just scattered on the road. That was interesting. That little patch there. Yeah, a lot of alternate routes, it seems. With the breadth of the course in Knockout. So we're going to be first going into 16. And then it's mostly just blue shell threat at this point, depending on how much of a lead we get with the speed stat. Let's see if there's a safe moment to look over the chat and catch up on what you're saying. You're saying hopefully you can see other people's creations online through the game itself. Yeah, in terms of being able to just freely rotate them in 3D, right? Instead of just looking at a picture. I totally get that. Okay, we're not that far ahead. So we are under a bit of risk. The thing about Knockout Tour is that from the item balancing, you're going to be at risk anyway in the final segment because you have 4th place picking up golden mushrooms and blue shells and such. And disasters can happen. And then, yeah, let's not get too fancy with the rail rides here, although it's tempting to take a few of these. But since we're in first, let's just defend. Yeah, some of these rail rides, I'm just kind of looking at them right now to see what's possible for future attempts if necessary. But we've got a decently clean run right now, so having a green shell stolen isn't too bad. We're not that far ahead, though. Nope. Should have taken one of these rails too, maybe, but that's okay. Moo Meadows, formerly troublesome for us in the Lightning Cup, but we had a very easy time with it today. Okay, as expected, blue shell is just going to happen. Rolling 2 items during the blue shell is about as best as we can ask for, short of actually defending. And we're still just going for top 8 in this segment, so we're not too far off. And we'll just let the red shells here do their thing. Oh, and I tricked over the... Not from there. Is that going to hit? Nope. That's fine. Almost a bit better that we're not too vulnerable to blue shell risk at the moment, so let's round. And actually this was kind of a natural rail segment here to take as well, but we'll just pass momentarily before losing all speed. And yeah, best is that we could just pass straight up here by driving and then retain the horn in first place. Need to get a decent drift here to do that. Oops. And it might be better to spend it soon so we can get this mushroom advantage. Ah, no, that's okay. We've got blue shell coming. And then we pass if we can. And then passing here with blue shell defense is great. This is a great position to be in. Okay. We'll just stop everybody. I mean, maybe we shouldn't have burnt the horn there. We'll regret it if we get blue shelled in this segment, but this is going to be the final lap anyway, so let's take what we can. Just try to build up some speed. I was thinking of saving the mushroom for a shortcut like up here, but we just want to roll items for the time being. See what we can do. Very hazy here. Much more so than usual. Do we want to risk it? Yeah. You know what? Yeah, let's just leave the line of defense at this point. Still got some ways to go here. And we see line up ahead. It's looking good. This is going to be getting into Final Four, so still got some ways to go. Yeah, the individual gates are visible. The actual finish line, not so much, but I guess we just have to finish the lap. And luckily, we feel pretty well practiced with Acorn Heights today, given that it's the course that required the most attempts in today's session so far, so this is still in recent memory. And then we'll just try to wrap around here and survive this corner. And that's going to be a pretty clean finish with the gold in the first knockout. And thank you for the GG. But yeah, I definitely plan to stream Donkey Kong Bonanza, but then I'll have to keep the screenshotting under control for when I'm off stream, because I know just how much time I can burn on photo modes. That's very much the way I played Odyssey. That's very much been the way I've been playing this game. And so yeah, nice clean run with DK. Nice speed matters here. Yeah, sadly, the trophy and crown on the congratulations screen do not reflect the fact that you're in mirror mode, unlike Mario Kart 8, which is too bad because the screenshots don't make it obvious that mirror mode is what happened here, but we'll take it. Can't you store around 20,000 to 30,000 screenshots? I'm not sure. I know the cap was raised for Switch 2, but I never hit the cap originally on Switch despite taking tons of screenshots because I would fairly regularly offload things onto my PC via the SD card. Beside Visitor, you're saying stuff like the free roam and DK builder makes you wonder if every game is back to containing useless content that kids are going to remember well. Oh, very much so. I mean, I certainly hope so, right? I mean, the way that I play, of course, is I'm not very much motivated by objectives. I don't mind at all that things like the P-switches and Peach medallions here just give you more badges you're not going to use. I really don't mind at all. I find that the thing that motivates me to play through free roam is just to try to set up photo opportunities, and when I'm doing so, I'm finding P-switches, and that's how I love these games to go. Alright, you know, heavyweight's been going pretty well today. Let's go Bowser in the Pro Racer costume, which we haven't really shown off yet. And let's go with something else heavy. Maybe not this heavy, but we'll put Bowser on the Bumblebee. How about that? And head over to the Ice Rally. But yeah, the Nintendo smartphone app integration with dumping screenshots quickly when I just want to dump some individual screenshots instead of waiting to offload them all from the SD card has been very convenient for sharing because I've got a clear workflow now from taking a screenshot here and just pushing it to the smart device and then pushing it onto Discord where we've been keeping the gallery. And this is the most I've used the smartphone app, essentially. And, you know, I know that if I'd maybe played around with it a lot more in Smash, then I probably have gotten more use out of it. But with things like Splatoon, I stopped paying attention to it pretty quickly. And I did get the Zelda upgrades. I haven't really been playing with them yet because we might save returning to Tears of the Kingdom for streaming. But you do get to see some of your stats. Obviously, some of the more granular tracking, like, you know, distance covered, etc. items collected. It does start from 0 on Switch 2, because those were things that were not previously tracked. But there were some things like, total number of deaths that have been... It is across all your files, though, for things like Breath of the Wild Master Mode. So the stats are compiled across all files, as far as I understand. But I haven't taken a very close look at that yet. We need to just get back in position here. This is why it would be very difficult to get 3-star in Knockout, because you do need to be first at every gate, and getting first at the first gate is the hardest part. I'm trying to do that. It's a little too RNG susceptible, I think. Let's just get on the rail here. Oh, whoops, missed it. And it's not much of a rail anyway, so that's okay. We're not too far behind. We shouldn't be dragging a horn this long and 10th, though. We should try to turn it over and get something a little more effective at longer range. Or maybe try to hit this cluster here and just try to bust up a couple of characters at once. That was a total whiff. Yeah. Boomerang's kind of mid-range, I guess. We can get some coins going. Ooh, look at that boomerang throw over there. That just kept him going. That's okay. We've got lots of catch-up opportunities. I'm not stressed about it since we're not going for the 3 stars as yet, and so we'll just tap the golden over here. Moo back. Not Mukab, as I was saying previously. Oh, whoops. There's actually a P-Switch challenge that's kind of like this. It just puts a whole bunch of pokies in front of you, snow pokies, and you have to blast through the wall. That was kind of a bad segment for you, though. We usually don't get caught that much by the Kamek effect. How is that for a Kamek relief? Let's take this so we have something a bit longer range if necessary. Which the hammer will not serve, but we'll get a bit closer. I wonder if you can actually use hammer as a blocking piece for items if you're strategic about it, but you know what, let's just smack everything we can and try to get into a slightly better position. Oops. I'll get caught by the piranha plant sniping from the back of the car. And then, again, catching the leader is entirely what you need to do to succeed against CPU here. I feel like it's not much of a time advantage to take this rail, but that's fine. That will hit. Oh yeah, this part here. I kind of vaguely remember that from doing hitting 150. We're probably doing way too much aerial tricking as usual. And then there's our first. Yeah, spinning shell here probably isn't that effective for defense, so we should spend it at some point, but how are we doing? Coming up from behind. Yeah, we'll spend it soon, I think. We need to do a back throw on it for it to defend properly anyway. That wasn't as effective as I hoped, but the mushroom will get us back on track, even if it's not a shortcut. And the items come quickly here. Yeah, Cheap Cheap Falls is just a glorious location. One of our favorites in the game for sure. I mean, the Japan locations in Mario games are always beautifully together. Like hands on Hall back in 3D World. Maybe I should have just eaten the red shell there and saved that for the blue, but that's okay. We haven't quite worked out whether that's advantageous to just, you know, block anything with the horn instead of saving for the blue. Because maybe that's alright. And we'll have a decent stretch of a lead going into this area here. Let's just keep on going with 2 defensive items until something forces a drop. Maybe we should just be rolling items until we get a horn at this stage, but I feel like we just want to keep some momentum going and not be too concerned. Oh, missed that. That's okay. Haven't really been able to drift effectively in this segment, but we'll at least have the weight stat to, or at least the angle to not get completely run over by NPC vehicles. I like that NPC vehicles in this game don't always just spin you out. That depending on the collision, sometimes you just get nudged a bit to the side. I find that that's actually worked out well for us, since I tend to run into things. Here's the blue shell. We better just drop things, since we'll be forced to leave them anyway. I'm trying to get some decent visibility on the mirror here. Yeah, we're still reasonably safe, I think. I can distantly see somebody back there, but... Okay, let's see what we draw. Whoop. Yeah, we could potentially use the boost coming off of food item here, so let's just grab that. Not quite as good as a mushroom boost, but, you know, we'll see what we can do. And just try to ride this one out here. This is already a final segment. Blue shell risk, obviously, is kind of pronounced here, but let's get some defensive items. Because even something like a red shell could spoil the party. We're not very clear on where we're going, and we just have one major miss of a turn somewhere here. Okay. Is that the tape? No, not quite. Yeah, and someone's coming up from behind on the upper rail. That is the tape. Okay. Alright. Nice and clean. Good day for the speed stat so far. I mean, again, we're much more familiar with the game and with the knockout format now than we were when we first tried these in 150, so... In 150, it did take me 2 sessions to get through all of the golds, but that's because we did run into some snags near the end. So there goes another one. Yeah, and much earlier, before I got into a 10-minute race there, we were talking about things like the, you know, so-called useless content, as it were. You know, basically, I guess, freer objectives, things that just let you mess around with games like toys. And to Bashadvisor, you're saying that's very notable, as that's the kind of content the Switch era lacked a bit. Yeah, it was kind of something that was very noticeable going even from Maker 1 to Maker 2, that fun stuff like the Mario Paint Fly Swatter would be taken out, for instance. That certainly, I think, the transition from Maker 1 to Maker 2 exemplifies that difference that we're talking about. Let's go heavy again. We've been doing well with weight today. I was going to go Wario. We could also go Cow. We haven't really shown off much of the Cow, despite how popular choice it to be. Cow on a cloud, I like that idea. That's all white with me. And let's take a look at the Moon Rally. But yeah, sometimes the most interesting thing about a video game is just being given the chance and the freedom to fool around and make it your own. And be a little frivolous about it. I kind of feel like Kirby Air Riders is going to be a big wild card when it comes to that kind of thing. I actually didn't play the original Air Ride back in the GameCube era. But from what I understand, it was the city trial mode that really kind of took over as the main thing that people remember about it. It's kind of archetypal Sakurai multiplayer, kind of like Smash Run on the 3DS. But even just having, kind of like objective list content, not even modes like that, but modes that are, well, like DK Artist in Bonanza, things where you can just fool around. Can I actually put a boomerang on Boom Boom? Actually, wasn't sure, but we didn't quite get to check here. So yeah, since I did my original run through some of the Knockout Tour versus CPU, we did Knockout Tour online and realized that it does select from just the same 8 courses. There aren't really any other alternate routes as yet. I feel like that's kind of a natural place for future patches and DLC to go. It's just more knockout routes, potentially, since there's so much you can assemble from the open world. But despite that, there's a great deal of variety to the races, not much repetition. And just making it to the first gate sometimes is a bit of a roll of the dice. Anyway, the horn's not helping us too much here. Let's just get out of that and then get into Toad's factory. And just... we hit somebody right under the stomp there. However, we are still in second. I'm not going to grab those blocks. Kitty bugs galore. That feels like a Kamek effect, and it is. Yeah, there's a particular wall right here that I've been trying to find a setup for, and we don't have it yet. Whoops, that did not go well. We don't have a really good sense of the tracking on the golden shell yet. We usually just try to follow the coin trail and leave it at that. We can't reach whoever's in front, so let's just snipe whoever's in back. Now, again, Knockout Tour versus CPU. You know what? Horn and a blue shell. Let's just burn the blue shell now. Let's give us a chance to catch. Because again, you have to keep first place under control, or they just run away with the whole thing. We've had some situations in Knockout Tour versus CPU where they're so far ahead that you just have no chance by the time you get into the final four. Despite having some very solid item draws sometimes. How are we all the way this far back in third? What did I miss to get this deep down? A bit of a mishap with the horn earlier, I guess. Let's just do this. Unfortunately, throwing the boomerang doesn't empty the slot like it does in 8. And so Kamek's going to drop something on the road here. More cows. Oops, not going well. But the cut here will catch up a little bit, so we're within view. Again, very fortunate that we're, first of all, not being targeted by the blue shell, and second, not desperate to finish first at every gate here and move back. Oh, was trying to get a boost there. Unfortunately, that threw us out of that. I was trying to get on the rail. But yeah. Let's just try to hold him back from first with the red shell. And oops. Just take that out. We're not really getting into first all that soon. Oh, missed the jump here once again. Let's catch this one. Oh, Bad move. Yeah, unfortunately, they're so far ahead at this point. Mechanic Luigi up there. Okay, I can see where he is at least. Let's try to get something like red shells or mushrooms, ideally. Unfortunately, the horn blew up that one. Yeah, we still got plenty of track left to go, so not totally sunk yet, but we know from experience by now that having first run away with it like that is worrisome. So we'll just do what we can to get up ahead and hope that some blue shells keep things under control between now and the finish. A little far out here, but we'll take the red shell on this one just to track ahead a little bit, and then we'll be on the lower level. I kept running into that pillar, I remember, when we did this in 150 originally. Definitely need more of those coins. Yeah, first is so far ahead at this point. He's got a very big scratch. Speaking of which, blue shell should work for us here. Let's send it ahead and see what happens. We don't have visibility over the blue shell explosion, which is a concern given... Yeah, that's a spin right there on Luigi on the mini map. Okay, let's try to find some good spots for shortcuts here. Not really that many on the straightaway. Oops. Yeah, we're not in good shape at all. But let's try to get in here and at least make it out of here alive and climb our way back in. Still something of a lead on Luigi there, maybe not as pronounced as before, thanks to a bit of timely blue shelling, but again, the quality of the item rolls, even around third or fourth position as you get near the end, does help quite a bit. Having a blue shell in third, for instance, right here. And you can actually see where the explosion is now, so that means that we're potentially in catch-up range, but we do need to pass the next gate first, which is currently at risk. Okay. Okay. Should have a decent opportunity to at least pass in a second here, as long as we don't have any item disasters keeping us from the number 4 gate. Maybe not the best position for having the horn available. We want to just try to get some speed here. Double up. And then... Okay, getting into first with the horn intact. That's what we want. It's absolutely what we want. We might have to burn it, though. Yeah. I'll come to regret that when a blue shell comes, but we'll see how soon that is. I probably should have been patient enough to try to beat that by driving and retain the horn, but we'll have the lightning force a drop on everything anyway, so that's purely academic. Can we get on the rail? Oh, I actually did momentarily, and well, didn't seem to mount it successfully. That was maybe a little bit too adventurous. The rail could have helped quite a bit there, actually. We just left the entry. Red shell is great here. Absolutely want some red. Ugh, got totally caught in this corner. Yuck. We don't have the off-road traction to handle that at all, so we might be in trouble here, given that we're in the final lap. However, golden mushroom. No, just short. Just short. Yeah, too bad about that rough patch we got caught on at the end there. We'll redo it. Happy cow, well, shouldn't be that happy given how that went. Let's try it again. And let's go for a different heavy this time, maybe. I mean, it doesn't need to be a heavy necessarily, but I've been trying to go for speed here in this mode. Again, yeah, that time we never managed to hold back first place. We had some trouble with that well into the middle of the course, and so there were some issues. Let make a track. We might want a little bit of acceleration though on some of these. Let's see. Let's go Blasternaut. Yeah, cow was a little too happy for its own good there. So we spotted quite a few promising rail segments that time around. We'll see if we can actually make use of some of them correctly this time. But again, we had too many issues with holding back first place, even by segment 3 or so, and just never managed to rein that in. But the driving in the last lap definitely was the problem there as well. I'm going to hold back for the time being so we can get a really solid item draw. Or no item draw here. Alright, fine, let's just zoom ahead. Yeah, because typically, you know, you can hang back and get a good combo of like a golden mushroom or a mega mushroom. And there's that golden mushroom we were talking about. Let's bump into everything. And then we'll see what we can do here and try to just build a lead. I mean, obviously, we're going to be blue shelled at some point here, but it's just going to happen. But if we build enough of a lead, that might not matter as much. But over a long stretch in Knockout Tour, that does chip away at you when you're repeatedly the target. We won't think too much about how finishing first in this segment does make this a candidate for its restart attempt. We're not going to count on that. We're not going to be too disappointed if it doesn't happen. Particularly, again, I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled for where the wall ride is here, because we never managed to catch it. Oh, there's a railing over here. Okay, no, we didn't catch it, but that looks like it's the way. It's that rail that gets you on top of this top rail, and then it doesn't continue very far, though, so maybe that's not the one I was thinking about. Okay, again, the bumps there actually kind of throw off drifting momentarily. Okay. And then that blue shell, of course. Yeah, that's what happened. Let's just dump the green. Not that I could hit anything behind me here, but just try to get our coin count back up. And try to have a nice, good stretch here. Oh, got the defense with the banana just in time. Banana, as they say now. Love that particular effect, by the way, or that particular chime in the forthcoming D-Gate Bonanza. I just can't get enough of the sound of the success chime effect, effectively, that says banana. I feel like that's a stream alert waiting to happen. Somebody's going to use it. guess we'll keep the feather for a moment for red shell defense, but it's easier to just have something hanging out the back. If you don't know what shortcut you're going for, it's easier to just dangle an item. If you're just going to use the feather for red shell defense anyway, right? Okay, what's Comet giving us? Cow. And a lot more cows. Okay, actually, well, like I said, not going to count on it too much, but still a plausible 3-star attempt. And this one here. That's starting to get a little bit spoiled, though. Blue shell is coming as well, and blue shell is going to track me, I think. Oh no, it's not. Okay. I saw the blue shell coming out on the minimap when I thought I was in first, and so we were a bit concerned about it, but... Let's jump the car here. And that actually worked out pretty well, that we were past it exactly at the right time. Yeah, because I'm not exactly sure when you see the blue shell on the map when the target acquisition happens. Obviously, the thing to do in that case is to try to just let somebody get into first if you see it happen. But I'm not exactly sure at what point the target is determined. I never really worked that out with 8 either, because we didn't play the item meta at that advanced level. But we'll just keep on going here since we're on 20 coins and have a defensive item in the back. We'll just hold steady. And try not to get too adventurous with rails or walls. And yeah, blue shell's gonna happen. Let's do a back toss here and then just see if we can actually get first in this gate too. Looking pretty good. But it's the last one that matters. Oh, and it's this pillar that, again, always catches me by surprise for some reason. Okay. Yeah, we're not that far ahead, so we are a bit vulnerable right now. Especially to shenanigans like that, but at least everybody gets nuked. It's equal opportunity. Okay, let's just try to get ahead here. Oh, triple banana defense there. That was a whole lot of banana. But we'll try to whip around here if we... Oh, that was a bad drift. Okay, so much for the 3-star attempt. I feel like that's not going to go at this point. Unless we get a really good hit with green. No, not going to happen. We're even... Yeah. Again, very lucky that we're not actually going for 3-star because that could just spoil it. But looking pretty good for a while there, though. We still need to actually survive the cutoff for 4. Yeah, we had a bit of a rough patch there. But okay. If we can race into first, that would be better, but oh, in that case, we'll just try not to get passed into 5th here, because after such a good attempt up to that point, this is a real risk. A very serious risk at this point that we'll just lose here. And then, what do we do? Oh, this is looking bad. Looking dire. Golden. Yes, we'll take it. We'll gladly take it. Very, very timely. And yeah, again, though, we're getting into a situation where first is kind of getting away with first. And well, not that far, actually. But we see him up ahead. We kind of need a blue shell to be on our side, I think. Or have a really good cut here with mushroom. Leave the bomb in defense until we see what we're dealing with here. And yeah, we kind of need a blue shell at this point. Coming from somebody behind us. Yeah, there it is. Let's see. How far ahead is this? I didn't see. Oh, there's the Mukab. That's a hit. That's a hit for me too, though. On the rebound. Rather self-inflicted there. Oh, and yeah, this corner. This is the same one. This is the same spot that I had trouble with last time. Exact same spot that I had trouble with last time. That's going to spoil it. That's going to kill it. No, that's going to spoil it. Exact same turn that we just got stuck on. So we know that's a bit of an issue now, and we should figure out how to mitigate that, but too bad. It was going well for a while. Yeah, these are all, 10 to 12 minute attempts too until you see how to shake out, so. You really have to stick the landing. Let's rotate around a little bit. Again, we're kind of trying to go for heavier builds today, but again, first place kind of ran away with it that time. So let's go with one of the Wario's. Who have I not shown off yet in Wario's set? Because we've loved Wario's costumes in this, and we've been really showing off all we can. I don't think we've really shown up Biker Wario so much. Let's give him something nice to work with. Lobster might be a little too aggressive here with the low handling, but we'll go rip it on this one and have him hop like a frog. And let's see if this is an improvement. Yeah, Natcat, speaking of the Pokemon emotes, I don't follow Pokemon too closely. I know that people have been pretty elated with the performance bump on Scarlet and Violet. And of course, they got ZA on the calendar later this year. I don't follow the series that closely, so every time I see Pokemon as one of the big seasonal releases, I think, oh good, that's more time for my backlog. But this year, the Switch 2 schedule seems so dense regardless. That, whoop, completely missed the item blocks there. Okay, let's hop into this. Actually land some hits every now and then. Just in second, yeah, we really want to be within visual range at first. We can. So yeah, that final bend on segment 6, we really need to keep an eye out for that. Now, do we want to chance it with the Toast Factory rail ride that we were spotting here earlier? Maybe we do. We've got plenty of recovery time if it doesn't work out, so. Oh, you can actually kind of hop rail to rail here. That's the way to do it, in fact, if you can't get on the right side quickly enough. I feel like there is something like a P-switch challenge that would train you on how to do that. Seems like a natural thing to happen. Unfortunately, we might have put ourselves in a situation where we let number 1 tear away a bit. Which is, again, not really great. This corner here tends to be an issue. I remember that being an issue in the standard orientation as well. That after those bumps we would tend to overshoot on the drift. We don't see where move back is happening here, which means that first is way out of view, and that's concerning. Oh, fired this a little too early here. Okay, let's get around. And just try to pass in this way. We at least see both racers ahead of us, which is sort of important, but... Oh, straight into that. That's fine. And what's Kamek going to give me? I don't even know which costumes I'm missing because I haven't bothered to look it up, but... Oh, missed that completely. Yeah, there's a lot where you have to do a really good hop rail to rail. And again, the P-switch challenges do teach you a fair bit of that, but... We'll see what we can do here. At least first is still in view, which is important. But we'll drop the bananas soon and try to go for something a little more offensive. And to think that we were just hitting first at every gate up to this point in the previous run of Piranha Plant. Ooh, Meadows is a couple of shortcut opportunities to work with. And yeah, we're still pretty far away though. And then... Okay, we're getting in closer. The rail ride actually did help close the distance a little bit here, but... We'll see if we have other opportunities like that that arise. Look up ahead here, for instance, so we can catch it. Oh. And yeah, that was actually... not great, especially with somebody throwing banana at us. Oh, saw that coming, but maybe not as skillfully averted as we would have liked. Definitely not, in fact. Okay, that was a pretty sharp fall off in the 6 here. Let's see if we can find the path of recovery before number 1 gets too far. Oh, nope. Trying to boost out of that was not good because we lost our whole item set. Right when we need to catch up here. So yeah, this might have blown things a bit because even if we get back up, we might have trouble containing the leader now. So that was a pretty sharp drop off. Again, we probably want to go for the inside rail there. Let's just follow the coin trail for this one. Particularly as it will guide me around the pillar of doom that we didn't have so many issues with. Okay, this is a big straightaway. We'll just take golden and spam it. Just a double. Just trying to do all we can to catch at this point because we're actually past the cutoff for 8th, which is a terrible position to be in. Until, of course, we get some decent item rolling soon, we hope. Not in a great position here, though. Yeah, we kind of want to make sure we stay ahead of that bullet there. Oh, this is an interesting rail ride location. Hadn't even considered this part. I don't know, I feel like the river is a little faster here, though. By virtue of being a river. In fact, that got us into a little bit of trouble. We got stuck up there for too long. Okay, we'll take it. Look at that double bullet. Which bullet will be faster? I mean, they're basically functional equivalent. That was a neat little moment there, though. Okay. Again, containing first is looking like a pretty big undertaking at this point, because it looks like they may have been unobstructed for some time. I wonder how many Switch 1 games are locked at 30 FPS. Yeah, people have been trying to figure this out and catalog it. There have been some that kind of surprisingly unlocked up to 60 without a patch on Switch 2. Apparently that's the case with the original Mario plus Rabbids, but not the second one, where people have been finding it run at 60. I actually tested out the Wonderful 101, and I think it fully unlocks to 1080p and 60. And then, you know what? Having a bullet here is not too bad. Let's just take it and round the curve. Having a golden mushroom here is not too bad either, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to catch whoever's in first. We do see first place up ahead, so just need a decent item draw and not get caught on these patches here. Yeah, this turn was an issue. This turn was an issue. This bend has been a nightmare. We haven't had a successful run through that bend at all, and so close to the finish line too that even golden isn't going to help us here, as we know from experience. Yeah, that patch near the end of this course has been rough. Because basically you get stuck on one of them, then, you know, you get into trouble with your drift around the other one. So that's been spoiling it so far. Not that we were threatening to be in first anyway, but just skip this bit. And yeah, Netcat, you were saying you were partial to, or rather you haven't followed Pokemon since about 3rd gen, yeah. Yeah, Pokemon's very much a once every 5 to 10 years thing for me, so. I did dip into Sword and Shield, but I never actually finished it. Too much going on at the time. It's reputedly one of the shorter ones too with the main game, but I think it was one of those that kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier, though, with some games becoming a little too streamlined and minimal. Let's see who we're going to roll with this time. We actually haven't really shown off Snowman. And so we'll put Snowman on something appropriately summery, I guess. Yeah, some of these more standard cards we haven't really demonstrated at all either. I don't want to sacrifice too much of some of the ancillary stats here, but I rather like the look of Snowman on a B-Dasher. Let's do that. Netcat, do I play JRPGs? Yeah, I don't really stream them since they're too long to be a good fit, and they're an occasional thing for me because I find that, you know, they tend to be huge enough that I need a break from them before I do another one. I still mean to stream the Xenoblade 3 expansion at some point because, as with the Xenoblade 2 expansion, it's kind of a shorter and more contained experience. But Xenoblade 3, when it came out, I kind of put 200 hours or so on it over the course of 4 or 5 months. Like, it was a long stretch by my standards. And I've had a couple of games sitting around in the backlog for a while that I think I'm unlikely to stream because it's just not practical to do something of that length. So, you know, Octopath Traveler 2 and Persona 5 have basically been sitting in my hard case for the past year or more. I just haven't Not a good opportunity for them yet. I find that, again, like I really need to make space in my timetable for JRPGs. Because JRPGs have this problem where if I don't really commit to finishing them when I play them, then you get into the situation where I have a 40 or 50 hour file that I abandoned part way, and I feel like at that point I can't get back into them, but I also don't want to start over, right? And so I really have to be in a position where I'm confident in having the time and attention to finish. And whoops, completely missed the motion blocks there. But yeah, I have really enjoyed my share of JRPGs. I actually got into JRPGs in the first place because of video game music. It was video game music largely that introduced me to games like Chrono Trigger. To some extent Earthbound, although Earthbound I guess I kind of knew by repetition via Smash as well. But with the Super Nintendo era especially, you know, some of those I never played when they were current. There were things that I returned to much later because their music had such a strong reputation. And of course we put a really good bit of time streaming the Thousand Year Door remake last year. On the surface, a bit of a leaner experience than a typical JRPG, but in practice, I don't know if that's true. We really got a ton of mileage out of it, and I find that in general, I'm not too fond of things being gated behind, you know, gear and stat grinds and the like, and so something like A Thousand Year Door, where the numbers were small and arithmetically manageable, was a much better fit in some ways, because you can make precise tactical calculations, right? You're not just dependent on leveling up. Because often I find gear and stat management in RPGs to be a lot of busy work, and I'd rather have character progression that happens from accomplishing specific tasks, the way that you would with getting pieces of heart in Zelda, for instance. But yeah, JRPGs that really need room to breathe for me. Yeah. Because I do burn out on them pretty easily, and it's not fun to be in a situation where you're actually enjoying one, but you feel like you can't get back into it because you are several months removed from a file that's 50 hours deep. I found in the past, too, that games that are kind of a little too long and chunky aren't really that good a fit for streaming, unless I have a very specific reason for wanting to record my decision-making the way I would with something like Fire Emblem, for instance. It's difficult to retain an audience for that, too, unless you're someone who's, you know, very much a JRPG channel. So a lot of decisions here with this channel's programming are sometimes made by, you know, what do I want to record? Am I going to have something specific about my decision-making that will make my footage unique? With something like the Thousand Year Door, that was kind of the case because we were doing the 10 hit point run, which I had done back in GameCube back in a day, and which I was really eager to show off on the remake. But we'll see. I mean, okay, we've been having a pretty bad run through this one. I've been kind of on autopilot, I guess, but that's okay. Knockout Tour being in such long stretches actually does make for good conversation. We don't need to be that tactically precise as long as we aren't totally asleep at the wheel. And as long as we keep first under control, which we have not been doing. We see positions 2, 3, 4 ahead of us. I see number 1 under rail, though. Yeah, the rail ride on the left here was not a good idea. It spills us too far for the drift on the side. Well, Paper Mario you would think is short and digestible, but then I spent, what, 60 hours of it on stream. And a lot of it is because when I'm talking through turn-based decisions, obviously everything takes twice the time. And with a game that verbose as well, there's a lot more to read in it. That, again, even if I'm kind of abbreviating it, it takes longer on stream than when I'm just reading things myself. Because I'm a pretty quick reader when I am not also reading aloud. So, I mean, you know, when you're recording something on stream, you don't just want to tap through the text such that people can't follow as well, so I do tend to go a bit slower than I otherwise would. Persona 5 is a bit of an irritating situation stream-wise for me, I think, because I've been meaning to play it for quite a long time, and I think there is a fair bit of viewer interest because so many people have played it ahead already. And would kind of know where I am in it. It's just that, first of all, it's reputed to be, what, 150 hours long or something. But that's not the issue. The issue is that apparently, for a significant part of the last act, this screenshot feature on the Switch is actually disabled. And they never patched out that restriction. And the problem with that is that when I'm not streaming something, and when I don't have a video record, I do like to keep a very extensive screenshot record. And so I'm looking at Persona 5 and thinking, oh, if I can't get screenshots of it, then maybe I do want to stream it. But then again, I look at how it's reputedly just exceptionally long, and I feel like it might not be practical for it to lock up my stream for months. And we have lots of other things going on. But it's one that I've kind of had on the back burner for some time now. Okay, so we have Gold Mushroom in 4th, because that's what happens at this stage of Knockout Tour. Does mean that we get a nice shortcut through here, and first is in view. Whether we can catch it is a different question, but we of course still have one more gate to get through, the number 4 gate, so let's try to catch a good shortcut path here with a shroom. And try to close in a bit before we get into the horn. I don't think I'll take that rail. It does give you a ton of the coins, as we discovered previously, but so the question is, do I want to try to just race ahead to first and keep the horn for defense? Well, maybe. But for the final 4, I feel like we might actually want to go for just better item draws instead. But we're getting in pretty close here, so we have to decide soon, depending on how practical it is to just pass straight up. Yeah, blue shell is going to hit, which is great, because yeah, now we have the horn in this position, and then we have to figure this out, because with a shroom available, we might actually want to land this as a hit. Okay, now this is the tricky part here that we kind of struggle with. First, let's cut with the mushroom. It's still in second, though. And there's the finale right there. Red shell is going to help. And then, oop, let's round this curve properly. I feel like this is a bit of an issue, and we're over the finish line with a red shell. Look at that. That was a bit of a tense moment there at the end, but being able to cut over the corner that usually gave us trouble with the mushroom made a rather significant difference. We had a bad drift on the last corner just from spilling a bit too far, but just barely made it. Natcat, I have not played the Persona series before. I know that a lot of people did start with 5. I've kind of been aware of the series since 4, but a big part of the selling points of playing through 5 is, of course, the soundtrack. And it's one of those games where, again, as with a lot of JRPGs I've approached in the past, the reputation of the soundtrack preceded the game itself for me. So, anyway, definitely not a start completion on that one. That was really quite rough in the first few legs. But we got it as a gold. and I'm ready to move on from that one. All right, let's see who will grab this time. We had some runs with Rocky Wrench and such before. Didn't we say we had Wario today? Yeah, we haven't shown off Rocky Wrench in a while. We did have a run with him when we unlocked him, I think, but let's just do this. Yeah, everybody and indeed every costume has different trick animations that are kind of fun to watch, so we'll go Stellar Sled. This has been one of my favorite vehicles, one of the most successful ones for us in many cases, so... And we'll get into the Spiny Rally. And yeah, you're saying that they are really long but do not feel long. Yeah. That's the case with a lot of game sets. You know, either have some turn-based tactical decision-making to them, or just a bit of a hangout cooldown segment to them, which is very much the case for recent Fire Emblem as well. And I put so much time into them, but I don't feel the time so much. I finished Fire Emblem Three Houses like 4 or 5 times at this point over the years, and a lot of that is that it's just easy to get your head into a run, even if you know that going in that's going to be another 100 hours of your time. Okay. Whoops. Ugh, got stuck in the snow there. But yeah, we have a couple of definite priorities for the stream this year on the upcoming release calendar. A few games that I know I will want to show that take precedence to anything else going on. Bonanza is one of them. Kirby DLC for Forgotten Land would be another. Then Metroid Prime and Silksong. If Silksong does in fact make this year, as we have been recently assured. But yeah, that's kind of the list that we're looking at this year for things where, you know, we put everything else down and do it. I expect Bonanza to be pretty big, looking at it, especially with some of the recent 3D Mario games for comparison as well, that they tend to have deep post games. I would not be surprised at all if Bonanza turns out to be pretty huge once you get into post-game content. Okay, first is kind of tearing away at it again, and again, the hammer is such short range that we've been getting better at actually hitting things with it, but it's been difficult to actually contain somebody in the lead with an item like that, so let's try to get into shrooms or red shells if we can. Again, with the hammer. I was just barely within range that time. I'm trying to get a decent stretch here before the Taifu blows everything away. Red shell is good. I want to spend it aggressively to, again, just contain first place if we can. I see the spin out on the minimap. Just continue containing. Okay, you kind of need to do that. And triple red was about the ideal scenario there in terms of the item we wanted. Now, of course, we'll have to play blue shell defense the rest of the way, but we'll see what we can do. Just need to grab coins and grab a lead. Which was something I quite liked about 8 Deluxe, was that, you know, I felt the blue shell was actually well balanced in that game. In that you did have good opportunities to defend a lead with both shrooms and horns. And a lot of it against CPU anyway, it's just a matter of tearing ahead by far enough. And then we'll try to make this cut over here because it Works out pretty well. Can we get onto rail? Oh, very nice. That was perfect. That was about as well as that segment could have gone. Yeah, that was literally the best path through that area, I think. So let's not blow it with the driving. Blue shell is just going to happen. And we'll hit it right before this little boost here, so we'll hopefully retain the lead a bit. Yeah, someone's closing in on us on the right, but so I expect to be passed pretty soon. We'll see what we can do here. I'll try to hit some of the bramble gates. And then get a little boost off of that. Oops. Not as clean as I would have liked, but we'll see what we can do. Oh, that was not a good choice of rail, given that we were imminently turning. Yeah, you do consistently get an item at each of the cutoff gates. And so let's just catch up a little bit by driving. Let the blue shell get ahead. We won't quite reach first here, but we can hopefully get in close enough to have green shells do something. Just want to close in a bit. Not quite. But that's okay, we're within striking range, and that's the important thing. Okay. Now the thing is, do we want to keep the horn or burn the mushroom? Let's see, because I feel like we can kind of catch by driving here. If we can, then obviously we should keep the horn. We can just pass naturally like this. Like what? Like this, okay? Okay, Kamek's going to roll some balls at us here. Have some cheap cheeps in the water as well. That's interesting that you have the cheap cheeps as the alternate effect there in the water when the spike balls aren't going to do the job. I've been tailing this whole time, and we just haven't been able to get anything done because nobody's firing anything, right? So I kind of need a blue shell from behind to give us a bit of an edge, perhaps. But maybe just tailing this closely in second is the best idea at this point. So we... Yeah, because nobody's firing anything at anybody, so... We'll just pass, and then now we defend with a shell. So yeah, we have plenty of time to actually try to break that lead here, so... I'm glad we had the patience to do that. We're going to build up a proper lead at this point. And the other thing, too, is that I kind of knew from the character ahead of us there, not doing anything, that we were probably safe from item shenanigans there. Okay, maybe that was a bad decision. I did that on impulse. I feel like blue shell's going to come out soon and whack us. But we have a mushroom, though. If we can get the mushroom defense on it, then maybe we make it out. But I feel like maybe we shouldn't have spent the horn so quickly. Oh, whoops, got a bit stuck there. We need to use the mushroom now, too. We should have just run straight into the rail and ridden it. Okay. We're actually ahead by some distance, though, so... Blue shell could still spoil it, very much so. Oh, and we got hit by a horn, okay. Okay, let's try to drift inside and beat this. No, lost right at the tape. Yeah, we spent a horn prematurely. That was not great. We know the item rolls behind us are going to be aggressive in the last segment. That was absolutely going to be an issue. And so, I did flub that a little bit here. After we had worked for so long to keep the horn at that position too, you know, it was a bit of an impulsive move. But, you know, getting whacked by the horn was also great there. I feel like using the horn also forced an item drop on whoever was beside us, and maybe that was one of the issues. Let's go with somebody else. I haven't really shown off Nabbit lately. He's a bit lightweight. Which actually makes something like the Stellar Slide again good, but we can put him on Lobster and see how he does. Yeah, Natcat, I know you follow survival horror pretty closely. I understand that there's a Resident Evil 9 that's just been recently unveiled. There. Yeah, it's not a genre I follow very closely, but it's kind of funny to think of that as, along with Monster Hunter, I think the series that takes the lead in Capcom's portfolio nowadays, because that was never really so much my experience with Capcom personally. But I feel like there's a pretty good chance, especially with, you know, Street Fighter 6 already here on Switch 2, that a lot of the recent Capcom catalog is going to make it over. Including Resident Evil remakes and Devil May Cry 5, which we have played before on PC. I feel like the support's going to be fairly strong. Because a lot of the groundwork's been done to get RE Engine going on Switch 2, right? So the main thing that sort of affects for me is that Okami 2, I think, will, in a few years when it actually gets done, it has a good chance of being on Switch 2, because as I understand it, you know, that is on RE Engine. Oh. Yeah, I actually still have not played a Monster Hunter to this point. I think the explosive popularity of the series kind of caught me by surprise. I tried out the demos for some of the 3DS variants of Monster Hunter's 3DS editions, rather, but never got into it. I know that they're kind of a much fuller scale experience nowadays with some of the more recent releases, like World and Wilds and so on. But that they were, I mean, it was always a big, large scale series to begin with, but as in, you know, that they've really gone into massive full-scale production with all the lead titles in that series. When it comes to the resources they put into it, let's just drop that for now. I am not using the feather for anything defensive at the moment. Yeah, Natcat, you're saying everybody's been complaining about Wilds because of optimization on PC. I didn't know that. I know it was a massive hit when it did release earlier this year, that it's one of those where the audience for the series has just grown tremendously between installments. You know what? Let's just drop the bomb and have a catch. Yeah, sort of. Again, if you're in first anyway, you really have to stretch out the lead in this one. Now, this was the segment that we had such a satisfying rail landing on last time. Can we do it again? No. Well, that answers our question. Okay. Well, let's just dodge a little bit here. No costumes on Nabbit, unfortunately. Or on any of the other minions. And that's okay, if you're in the middle of an item roll during Blue Shell, that's not too bad. And then, unfortunately, Koopa Troopa is not going to get caught by any moves over there. But we'll just try to get a bit of a boost off of this and see if we can go ahead. That's going to whiff. Yeah, I don't have a good sense of the bomb range yet in terms of how far ahead someone can be to caught by it. I should have kept those bananas. Oops. Banana. Okay, and then, yeah, this was the rail ride. That's a bit of a diversion that we caught by. Oop, and I bumped into it anyway. That was quite bad. Getting into 12 gate. Yeah, this game loves to place finish lines right around bends, and it must be to set up last minute cap opportunities, but it does make them a little difficult to visualize sometimes. And we've really been making note of that in the last few sessions here. But it was definitely felt in many of the last laps in Knockout that, especially without the tapes having the big glowing circle that the earlier checkpoints do. Even after some practice, the goals can catch me by surprise. Now we're getting into a little bit of trouble here. Hopefully we can contain first place when we get back up into the top 4, which we ideally will. Yeah, Natcat, you're saying on an unrelated note, Witcher 4 coming to... Yeah, I still have to play 3. I do have 3 on PC, but... again, it's one of those where, given its reputed runtime, I really need to make space for it. And that wasn't happening this month with Switch 2 and everything. I did play through Cyberpunk, though, when it came out, and so I think that kind of raised my level of interest in Witcher 3 by quite a bit. I actually, many years ago, just kind of wiped out on the first Witcher game. I just could not get into it at all. Early on, it was just much too clunky. The old Aurora engine setup, that was from Neverwinter Nights, which is funny because we actually did have some experience with that engine as an engine prior to that, with the old modding scene around BioWare's output, but ooh, bad spot for that. Lose the mushrooms, especially because we need to pass number 4 for this gate, which we're not doing at the moment. But yeah, at some point I should do another run through Cyberpunk to play the expansion as well. But it's one of those things where, you know, at this point you would again need to commit a massive amount of time to a new file. Oh wow, how did I miss that? We could have easily taken the lead there. And now instead we're going to have trouble with the number 4 gate. Okay, good, we didn't get eliminated. I completely just entered the wrong path there on what was a pretty natural and obvious place to take the lead with the Mega Mushroom, so that might have blown the attempt here by itself. We never know. I mean, final segment here in Knockout is pretty volatile with the Final Four. It's just that they always tend to feel a little bit short. Because they are basically a final lap through the course that you end up in. And so we absolutely need to control whoever's in first. And we don't really have the time to do that at this moment. Yeah, we're not going to catch, I think. I do see them. I just don't think we can catch them. With the tape being right here. No. So yeah, too bad about that turn on a Mega Mushroom. That killed it. Yeah, the thing, now, Kat, you're saying that you've only played a few hours of 3 and you're intimidated by the length, but you're sure it's amazing. Yeah, it's one of those where, you know, I find that I can't really just stretch out a huge single-player game as my background game over half a year to a year or something. I do really need to focus on them to have a realistic chance of finishing. Because, well, the most I've ever stretched out a game on stream was actually Prince of Persia, which is not that long a game, but we were doing it, you know, complete with all the DLC and all the hard content and everything. You know what, we haven't really shown off much of Pirate Boo. I love Aristocrat Boo, but we haven't shown off too much of Pirate Boo. Am I interested in Split Fiction? I'd love to play it sometime when I actually have a co-op partner to play with. I used to have a much better setup for, you know, having a skilled co-op partner available, but family members move about, you know, and you can't always retain that. Because I've definitely had a couple of like really unforgettable co-op experiences, but I haven't been able to catch up on that whole run of the recent co-op games by Joseph Fares. You know, Split Fiction and It Takes Two before that, I think. You know, I'm aware of how he's got his reputation as the co-op specialist. That even goes for some of the co-op content in Maker as well. Because there is some pretty substantial co-op content. Look, Dolphin's riding a dolphin. You know, Derbyshire Visser, who was here earlier, of course, still owe a playthrough of his massive co-op project from a few years back. And again, it's just a matter of finding the right setup to do it if we're trying to also stream and record it at some point. But yeah, 3D World I originally played entirely in co-op, and it was just a marvelous experience. And by entirely, I mean up to and including Champions Road. Portal 2, I remember, had just fantastic co-op campaign as well. I always recommend when people pick up Portal 2 that they really should have an opportunity to do it with a co-op partner. Because there are a few moments in that are very mechanically unique. So yeah. A lot of interest here in co-op design, we just don't get to play it much, right? So with some of the game chat and game share features rather in Switch 2, I feel like that may potentially ease the path a little bit. I don't know what the situation is with the Split Fiction port in terms of what that supports, whether you can do kind of like a remote co-op that way, but we should look into things like that. I feel like co-op opportunities are going to open up with this platform once people properly design around them. You know, the question always comes up on the stream about what people want or expect from Maker 3. I feel like the one potential hidden wildcard there to show off things like the Switch 2 feature set would be more support for co-op multiplayer, particularly online co-op multiplayer. Like if they can get that working. In a way that leverages some of the things like the chat systems and so forth, that could have some potential. Okay, 5 races ahead of us, so everyone's accounted for. Yeah, you're saying It Takes Two is absolutely incredible. And yeah, there are a few situations like that where you can build around game share for just one person needing the game. I mean, I don't know how amenable those are to situations where one person has played already and the other one hasn't. Obviously, with something like Portal 2, you want a situation where neither player has seen the solution, so you can actually work it out together, but that's something that's specifically puzzle-oriented. But yeah, I know Split Fiction was a bit of a hit on Twitch when it came out too, for the obvious reasons. It's a natural fit for co-op streaming. Boom. Okay, so we're in first. Good, because we've got the line of defense here. Let's just burn the mushroom and get back on track, and then we'll keep the horn if we can. Drive in front of cars if we see something like a red shell coming. Want to risk it? Yeah, we can. We actually skipped over to green shell that way. That was effective. Oh, missed a gate there, just barely. And that one too. There's the blue. We got slowed down a bit on the corner though, so that wasn't great. Oh, I was about to drop the banana that we missed. Okay, here's the little trap here that we have been stuck at multiple times. This course here, Salty Speedway, gave us so much grief in Mirror Mode GP yesterday too. It was certainly the thing I had most trouble with in the Mirror GPs so far. Okay, can we point blank this one? Yes, we can. Great. And now we'll just be hit by the blue shell instead. That we have room for items, but yeah, we'll make some defense here. We don't have that many coins actually at this stage, so we might not have as commanding a lead as I would have liked to build. Could have doubled up in the items there, but that's okay. Okay, luckily getting a little bit of defense going there, but yeah, oops, saw the fire coming there too. And the ice. It's okay, we're still competitive. And then, be fourth or better? Yeah, we better keep some of these under control. Still some ways off of the tape, I guess, but... we'll hang around here. We'll register a second. It's not too bad when we're in that close, but over here we are in first. Or third, rather. Everybody's speeding ahead. Let's just spin some shrooms here too. We can do bumping into everything. That was bad. Up the mushroom out of that crate. Not that we can take it. Oh, I actually caught someone with a banana throw for once. That's very rare. Particularly, well, here, I mean, we still need to do the final lap around this stretch, so let's do it. Nope. Nothing there. But everybody's packed in pretty closely here in the top 4, so, you know, there's some opportunities that may arise with a good item draw. Hopefully not something too short range like the hammer, but... the nice thing about the hammer is that you can actually hit a cluster all at once. Ooh, golden is perfect here. As long as we don't totally miss turns with it or something. Okay. Yeah, we might have trouble with the final turn here. Yeah, we're not going to make it. Because we've got the jump here and we're still in second. There is that jump there for the mushroom at the end, but we didn't get as much out of the golden as we would have liked. Now, Kat, you were saying both games have replayability because you can play as either of two characters and they have different abilities. Yeah. So, even if you know how it's going to go, I guess you have a very different control experience. Because of the natural asymmetry there. I feel like with what they've shown off, by the way, with the Donkey Kong Bonanza co-op, where you can actually have a game share put the Pauline player on a second system, that implies to me that something that was kind of speculated about when they were talking about the tech involved, that Wii U-style asymmetric gameplay on two screens is absolutely on the table as an option. Obviously, they wouldn't design games around requiring it, but the fact that it is available as something that is kind of technically possible with how you've got the Switch 2 kind of broadcasting to a Switch 1 on a second screen is kind of promising in some ways. Even if it's not going to lead to many situations where a game absolutely requires that to work. And even so, on the Wii U, a lot of things had to accommodate the option of single screen play already. So I can totally see something like a part of something very second screen dependent like Star Fox Zero actually happening. Or even some things like the map features being patched back into Xenoblade X. Where there's a lot that can be done, essentially. Because the thing that was worse and perhaps was the latency. But if game share casting on a second screen is good enough for somebody to operate the Pauline co-op in Bonanza, then it's good enough potentially for quite a lot. Because I always felt that the asymmetric multiplayer that was made possible by the Wii U gamepad was kind of underexploited. There's a lot of design space there that is just difficult to work with for the same reasons as the Game Boy connectivity on Four Swords back in the day, where it's just impractical for people to get this setup together, right? Likewise, it's not practical to expect people to just have a second Switch 1 or 2 kicking around for game share functionality. At best, it's just a bonus, but it's too bad that these setups are impractical because there's a lot of game design space that is underexplored because of it. Yeah. And yeah, there we go. So there are a lot of things that are still underexplored about co-op, in fact, that we've only seen a few games attempt. So for example, about 2 years ago we were streaming Bayonetta Origins Cereza and the Lost Demon. So that's a game where, you know, you control one character with the left hand and a second character with the right hand. And it's built in such a way that if you just hand one Joy-Con to a second person, then you have co-op just right out of the box with no functional difference from single player play, right? You can just do it. Just hand one controller, and one person is the left-hand player, one person's right-hand player. And I feel like there's a lot of stuff like that that can still be done even just with the split Joy-Con setup that has not been done. Particularly with co-op setups that don't require extra controllers, right? That you can just do straight out of the box. Especially with how expensive additional Joy-Cons are. Likewise, every time I play a new Mario Kart, I talk about how much I miss Double Dash as a concept. The thing limiting Double Dash as a game was just a very limited course selection. That was the last game with 16 tracks. Right. And because I always thought Double Dash as a concept is still one of the strongest points of the entire Mario Kart series. And of course with online multiplayer, things are in a very different situation nowadays, with balancing perhaps being more of a concern than it is in a more local setup. And so the old setup of character-specific items that sometimes are restricted by weight class might not be quite so feasible with what Mario Kart now is, with being a kind of principally online game. But yeah, I felt like there was a very clear opportunity to do something like, oh, I'm not even in first. What am I doing? I thought I was in first and I was trying to dump shells before the blue shell hit us, but no, now I'm in first. Yeah, I felt like there was a very clear opportunity to, you know, when Mario Kart 8 returned as 8 Deluxe, especially when we saw that the second item box was being added, among other things. It was unfortunate that did not also lead to the natural logical implication, which was the Double Dash mode. Okay. Salty Speedway being a nuisance as usual. Again, let's try to keep number 1 under control a bit here. Oh, got cataquacked. Again, if you're first without too much of a commanding lead, then you just become vulnerable to shells. But yeah, you can't toss the hammer behind. It has to be ahead. I was trying it behind. You cannot, in fact, do a back throw with it. Kind of interesting that we've completed the hammer boomerang fire trinity, though. With the item selection in this game. Not really within bomb range here. You have to be right on target and much closer, I think. We'll just dangle the bomb as defense for now. But again, it's not a very good item for trying to catch a leader. Kind of noticed the problem with that repeatedly. But yeah, you see. It's just much too slow at detonating unless you have something for it to crash against. This little lip here, we hadn't seen that previously ourselves. Now again, if we can get into first and retain the horn, that would be great, but we'd have to work really well for that. I'm trying to defend the lead. Horn plus mushroom going into this lap is not too bad. We'll see how we're doing going into the finale. Yeah, we need to be tricking our way through this a bit more. Yeah, mushroom of course gives you this shortcut. We should remember that bump in case it becomes relevant. We might have let them pull ahead a little too much here. I mean, if someone wants to launch a blue shell for me, that would be great, but I feel like we just straight up fell behind it. Oh, and we bumped into that. That's terrible. We might need to dump some items and get into that mushroom soon. Ugh, look at that. This is ugly. Okay, we completely messed up this last lap. That was a catastrophe. Yeah, this should be a real ride when we get into this spot. I've seen before. Okay, red shell. Let's do it. If red shell hits, we have a chance. Okay. Nope. That was a whiff, unfortunately. And that's going to be second place once again. If we had a better shot with a green shell, that would have done it. But I didn't know if we'd get in close quickly enough. Maybe a tactical mistake to spend a green shell that early. Yeah, Nakat, you were saying you think Split Fiction is cross-platform. I should look that up. See if it is the case, because it seemed pretty widely adopted on PC earlier this year. I had a sense it was a pretty big hit. Yeah, so that last lap on Wario's Shipyard has been a bit of a roadblock for us. Let's see. Who have we not really shown off lately? We've been picking this more based on costumes than anything else, but let's have... how about... Let's go... Well, let's go with one of Mario's costumes, in fact. Haven't really shown off a cowboy. Cowboy is a good match for the big horn, but we'll consider our options here. Let's go with the Bowser Bruiser. Yeah, definitely a few trouble spots. There was that rail ride I was talking about on the last lap in Wario Shipyard, where if we know to aim for it, then that actually solves the really sharp turn near the end for us. It's just that sometimes it catches me by surprise, and we would need to kind of know it's coming and prepare to boost for it. Because I've seen that a few times already, we just never take advantage of it. Okay, let's see if we can straighten this one out a bit. And take this out. And this shortcut over here. With everything being so open, sometimes we have some trouble distinguishing the valid shortcuts from the ones that just take you off the accepted course. We've definitely had a few issues with that sometimes, where we just head straight off the path. Can we touch with a banana? Yes, we can. I'm not getting this 3-star here, not that we were going for it. We should try to dump this one out so we can get another item draw going here. I was trying to throw that forward and that did not go. Oh, we could have caught the rail here. What that's worth. Yeah, spotting the rail opportunities is something that has been a learning process. And of course, everything we learn on Mirror we'll just have to forget when we go back to Standard. Strictly speaking. Here's another rail opportunity that we missed. Okay. Horn in position 1, that's not too bad. Especially because we have a little bit of a lead that does make the blue shell the main threat. Or my own driving would be the main threat, I guess. Just trying to take a bit of a glance here to see what we're dealing with. Here's blue. We'll just try to stretch out the lead as far as we can. If we get iced or something. Don't really get any meaningful drift there, but see what we can do. We're dragging a shell, good. Yeah, that's going to happen. Not too much of a wipeout, though. Oh, a little tight on this drift here. Let's clean that up a bit. Whoops. Okay, now here's the rail landing that's always so satisfying to land when we do in fact get it. And another horn. Yeah, we get horns frequently enough that I should be kind of re-rolling for the horn a lot more often than I do when I'm in first and holding the lead. Given the length of the knockout tour, it's much more probable to happen than it is in a standard race. Because maybe too often we're retaining an item drag in first position rather than trying to re-roll for horns. It might be better to just reroll in many circumstances where we're not doing it. Oh, I was trying to jump onto rail to dodge that. That did not work out because we just spilled over. Still in first, not by much. Oh, and that horn peeled off my horn without hitting me. That's interesting. That I was just barely out of range, but my item was not. Oh no, because I lost the horn when I was spilling overboard, I guess. So I was wondering why I didn't have my horn all of a sudden, but that's good, I guess. Okay. It's fine, we've got the horn again. Let's try to win by racing if we can. And get a drift going here. And just murder the stretch. Okay. Blue shell's not tracking me, that's fine. Some of those wild curves there actually did pay off in the end. Okay, we'll wash this off in the water in a moment. Oh, or not. Not enough of a dunk here, I guess. Okay, just trying to spot where we are in terms of how much of a space advantage we're holding. Okay, I mean, I guess defending the blue shell could make a big difference here. Yeah, we should actually just hold for the longest boost in a stretch like that, but we'll do this instead. Green shell coasting all the way across my path. Not too much of a concern, at least. Okay. There we go. Nice clear stretch over here. And then let's not accidentally drift. I'm just trying to go straight. Hey, that was a pretty good hit on target that time. I mean, usually, you know, that registers a coin when you just bump it up. Oh, come on. Really? Okay. Okay, that first place expended a horn at least. Let's just try to drive back into position. Yeah, the water dragon causes a few problems that time. I'm in fourth. I may actually have to burn the horn. I think. Yeah, we need to burn the horn. We have to get back up to a better spot. That did not work out because I didn't actually draw an item. But we will here. Okay, let's not hit crates. Golden mushroom will help. Will help now. We could have hit jump there with the golden, but let's just stay in third here and draw into something nice. Luigi is ahead by quite a bit. I'm a bit concerned about the scale of that lead there, but this spot, as usual, has been a problem. Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like we're kind of headed for second and third again here, just from not being able to recover. And the leader just being way too far ahead. Okay, rail ride. Nope, we missed it. We completely flipped it, actually. Not much room left to improve here. Let's... Golden mushroom, okay. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I was surprised we didn't manage to get on the rail in that position there. I was thinking we had a bit of a better shot at it to ride it around, but going for that actually turned out to be a bit of an error, so... Okay, this one has required a bit of work today. Well, let's just change to a different setup here and keep things fresh. Let's go with one of Daisy. I wonder actually if the costumes make any difference with things like hidden stats and such. Probably not, given that you have all these mid-course costume swaps and like. But let's give her Oasis costume a go here. Put her on the Mecha Trike, one of my favorites. So yeah, Wario Shipyard has been a big roadblock today. Look at that snarl on the dry bones there. Baring his teeth because, I mean, it's not like he has any lips to hide it. Yeah, so there's a couple of consistently troublesome spots here that we should be aware of on this tour. Now, definitely a few locations are a bit concerning, but just that several of them are in the final course on Wario Shipyard. Whoops, missed that completely. Not good when you're in 15th. I mean, I think back here your fate is very much decided by picking up the item blocks in the first place. That's okay. Catch-up opportunities are pretty abundant. We'll go for them where we can. But it's more that, you know, we're unable to contain the leader when we're this far back. That's the thing that really kills the knockout run. Apart from just messing up in the final turns, of course. 1 and 2 tap the gate pretty much together. Let's just play aggressively here and peel off the defense bit. And then catch up on a rail. That was a smooth rail ride and actually picks up a lot of speed. Oh, that was almost a point blank, but we were a bit late on the trigger. Okay, what's Boo gonna give me? Triple shell? Actually on a straight like this. That's helpful. Almost. That's going to dodge the bomb. Rather stylishly, if I say so myself. Obstruct her a little bit. Nope. Obstruct her some more. Let's build up the coin advantage a little bit. Let's see how we do. Haven't quite figured out whether forward spin or backspin on the tricks does anything functionally different. I feel like we've seen some things like these switch challenges where it does actually affect a little bit of height when it comes to getting on rails and working with the feather and so forth, but obviously with the side tricks you get a bit of sideways movement on them that sometimes it's necessary to get on things like rails in the first place. Oh, got that a little bit. Oh, missed a mushroom. Too bad. Missed everything. Okay. How are we doing here? Can't quite tell if we're at a safe distance yet. Minimap's a little too tightly packed, shows anything but when the leader is way ahead. Try to get something useful out of this one. Oops. And we pick up a horn and we lose the horn. A couple of greens coming from behind. We do see them rounding the bend, so let's be cautious. Well, we should actually just continue to drift going into this turn here when we see it, but oh well. Can I round a corner for defense? No, we can't. Yeah, you can trick off some of the poles too. That's something we discovered when doing the classic Ghost Valley 1 shortcut. One of the P-switch challenges. There are a couple of P-switch challenges that teach that actually. When you just see the straight pole, you can trick off them. Sometimes maybe using the feather to just maintain a straight might be more helpful than most other applications we've found for it so far. And yeah, blue. Okay. I was trying to catch the number 2 there. Blue, that actually didn't work out. But look at that green shell chase. That actually hit from such a huge distance. What a snipe. I was thinking that green shell wasn't doing much for me there, but we actually managed to have that trail all the way. Okay. And that's another nice hit on a green. It's always nice to actually hit something with a green. Particularly with all the straights in this course, you don't get too much of an opportunity for bank shots or anything. You really just have to aim. There are a couple of green shell challenges in the open world, actually, that are all about chasing and trying to tag something. That's not going to help. Yeah, feather doesn't actually dodge. I don't think it ever gets out of range. It doesn't mean we're behind for the 4th place gate. But again, as long as... Well, I mean, we have to make it through here first, but as long as the leader doesn't get too far ahead. Oh, missed that completely. We needed that double item there, I think. But we see all 3 places ahead of us accounted for officially, so... Yeah, we're not overly concerned, although Wario Shipyard, of course, is always just a bit of a driving challenge. And having the star through the lightning is perfect. That is just wonderful. Now, it seems a little bit silly to drag a coin shell as defense, but we're going to do it, I guess. It has a little bit of tracking to it that's kind of like red shell, but I don't think it's quite as easy to target as a red. We just haven't been in a situation often where we see using the coin shell offensively is making too much of a difference for us. Whoops. Just gonna break into that turn there and accidentally hit the mirror. But yeah, we just got really lucky that time with lightning coinciding with having the star. We need to, at this point, retain the lead, though. And I feel like maybe golden shell isn't doing much for us here. Is it going to hit? Yes, it is. So yeah, it does track a little bit like the red, and then it continues. Oh, we're still at risk of losing here, though. Really need to land the final turns. Okay. Particularly with this final bump here. Oh, come on. Banana? No. Yeah, we're never having enough control going into the last segment of Wario Shipyard there. We just get bypassed pretty quickly with all the item volatility that comes in on the final lap as well. That time was such a clear opportunity, too, with dodging the lightning using the star. Felt like we had a little bit of untapped potential going into the ending there, but... Okay, let's give Peach a go. Have we shown off her Odyssey Bowser's Kingdom outfit recently? Not so much, I think. So let's do it. And put her on something else. Let's go Real Racer. Yeah, this cup's really been a holdup so far. And specifically just the last lap in Warrior Shipyard just being an issue every time. You can usually make it up to that point pretty securely. It's just that things fall apart very quickly on the final stretch. Okay. This is the appropriate vehicle here for Boo Cinema, of course. Thematically, it's what matches this beautiful Art Deco era vehicle that we have here. Okay, at least it's dropping coins for us this time, not just bombs all over the place. The question block vehicle. It just dumps everything on the road. Swipe. Do we have much going on behind us? Let's just dump these and retain the mushroom for a good moment. I mean, there's a lot of straightaways over here, so maybe the most effective thing to keep yet, but we'll try to build a bit of a lead. And yeah, we will have an item going into this, so let's just grab one at the gate. Tap the gate right beside our closest rival. Yeah, Yoshi's right on our tail. Yeah, the rail ride here we know from previous experience is good. I just missed it. And it didn't quite happen this time. But Blue Shell's just going to happen. Blue Shell didn't make it over here. It smashed into something. Maybe somebody else's horn killed it. I mean, if the AI is going to make that mistake, fine by me. I mean, we've done that before too, where we accidentally blew up the horn, despite not being in first. Oh, we were already 20 coins, weren't we? Okay, that's fine. Okay. First place on 2 gates so far. Let's not get overconfident about that, but yeah, because judging by the gate indicator, Wario's not too far behind. You can kind of see. And here's Blue Shell again, no horn for us. We'll keep the coin because the coin and the feather don't get blown up. So try to stay ahead a little bit. Oh, I was trying to trigger the feather there for red shell defense and we just missed it. A little bit late on that. We saw it coming, we were planning to jump it, we just didn't catch the timing. I should actually maybe go rear view mirror for situations like those, but item usage while we're looking behind is not something I'm that used to, so. Let's just get in here and... Okay. Nope. Nope. Bit of a catastrophe here. That's not going well either. I've got a footstool off of that vehicle, which is nice. And it's not going to do much for us here, though, so it will not be a 3-star run as far as we can tell. Although this isn't the gate yet, though. The gates for number 12 will be coming soon. The brand ball segment here. Oh, and everything's going to drop. Okay, we'll make it past the gate. We just obviously won't keep the 3-star marker, I don't think. Yeah, because around this curve that you get... yeah, actually, you should get on the water here. That's what we have been failing to do. And here's the 12 gate here in this segment. Yeah, that's one of the issues, actually. We haven't been getting on the water in this segment. For that turn. No wonder the turn always feels a bit tight where we're trying to go over the railing. Okay, get out of the way. Look how when you see a blue shell coming up behind you, you basically have to treat it like an ambulance. Although I guess it's doing quite the opposite. By inflicting injury instead. Oh, I don't know why I burned the horn there. That was not intentional. I think in the back of my mind I was registering that as a coin or something. And I was trying to dump it instantly. Yeah, it's too bad we couldn't get that attempt earlier where we had to really long snipe over this stretch here with the green. So we can make the magic happen again. Probably not, but can we? No. Okay, blue shell, do your work. Not that work. Didn't quite get out of its way that time. Well, I mean, on that curve, I wasn't sure what the blue shell path would be anyway. Is that Wario in a bee costume? That must be one of the ones we don't have. Yeah, okay, so that's the one I'm missing as Wario. I know I'm missing a Wario costume, I just didn't know which one, but... I didn't know there was a bee Wario. Well, now we know what to look for, at least, in terms of potential areas to scout for that. Actually, I'm not even sure what food group has it where it would give him the bee costume, but we check around. Yeah. Bee themed zones, like... I want to say Acorn Heights, but makes sense? Maybe. Did I blow it too early? I blew it too early. I should have checked the rear. Okay, so we still have the 2 laps here with Wario Shipyard to cover. Yeah, this left side here caught us more than once. Anyway, final lap, and unfortunately the leader is quite a ways ahead. We need something decent here. I don't think that qualifies. Now, this turn here, going up to the boost, yeah, that has been repeatedly a problem, so, you know, being able to resolve that a bit might help. Ooh. The leader's just way too far ahead at this point, though. Look at how far ahead he is. We're nowhere close to Mario here. We're going to be a very distant second, in fact. And nothing we have can actually catch him. We don't have the right items for this at all, so... We did finally get the rail ride, though. So I guess that's something. But we're actually going to slow down a bit on that from being too far outside. Well, I mean, you know, I didn't feel like this was going to be a win anyway with how far behind we are. He's well over the tape now. So this will also be a restart. We've been on this one for quite a few attempts now. Yeah, the whole end segment with the final lap and a half or so on Warrior Shipyard has really killed run after run for us today. I mean, the real solution is to just build enough of a lead going into it, which we haven't been able to do. Which tells me that maybe we just want to go super heavy again. Grab somebody like Chuck. Chuck's got a really good set of animations as well. Chuck Stellar Sled might be overkill. But let's see what we can do here. Yeah, I mean, you know, given the item density, maybe we don't want to sacrifice too much of the acceleration here, but let's go check Bulldozer and see what happens. Because maybe we are sacrificing too much acceleration and having trouble with item recovery in the last segment. But again, the idea is that I want to build enough of a lead, and we just have never done it at any point in the attempts on this tour. We pack into the top 4 consistently, but we don't pack into the top 4 with an advantage. And that's been a going concern. Okay, we'll Chuck muscle his way through. Again, lots of rail ride opportunities that we haven't taken so much. I'm hanging back for a moment because we can get a better item draw for the second item going into here. And then we can start to use mushrooms in earnest. Then mega mushroom our way through here and just punch through the crowd. Even more aggressive charge and chuck than you typically see. Again, if we can just build up a decent lead unhindered, even though blue shells or red shells are likely to come at us at this point, then we're in much better shape. The blue shell will happen, we just want to be in an advantageous position that isn't totally compromised by it. We're not that far ahead. Okay, not that far ahead. Oh, we should have remembered to take the rail ride here, but that's okay. Horn in this position is great. As is actually getting the forward boost this time. Oh, want to do the accidental drift. Nice sharp turn over here. You know, if we get up to 20 points reasonably soon, then we're feeling good about it. Who's behind me here? See a shadow of that Bowser bearing down. Oh, okay, we actually did hit that time. Yeah, we did need to spend the horn on that one, I think, even with the blue coming. We might be past at this point. Yeah, we will be. Yeah, the blue gives us a bit more of a wipeout than that red did, but the red was about to catch us at the jump, and so still feel like that was a defensible decision. But we'll find out. I mean, lots of things can happen. We're racing another high-speed heavy here, though, with Bowser being the closest rival. Okay, we'll just skip the rail ride entirely, but let's drop the bomb. And see how we do. He's going to run into that, luckily for us. Let's just do that so we can keep the horn. And then, yeah, you actually do get a little bit of a drift behind another racer, as usual. We hadn't caught very many of those in our time in Mario Kart World, but that was one that did work out. And we'll just jump that to straight for this position here. Fine. And with 20 coins in this position, we're looking alright for once. Might even get first place for a third consecutive gate, which is what we're hoping for. Not going to put any bets on the 3-star just yet, but you know, if we can make it to Wario Shipyard with a lead, and with a lead that can withstand a blue shell, then we'll be feeling much better about our chances. Because at the moment, we're pretty unhindered. It might be wise to redraw items anyway, just to see if we can grab another horn, but yeah, actually, let's do that. Chances are we'll get something that we can drag his defense anyway, so whoops. And this is a really clear straightaway here, so we'll just hold into this and see again if we can redraw into something decent. We actually hit something. Okay. And we'll just try to stay as unhindered as we can. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of defense off of that. We'll get hit by something, but far ahead are we? We don't see the nearest racer in sight just yet, so still on pace for the 3-star, but again, things can happen. We'll almost certainly spend the feather, because better defensive options exist. Oh, good thing we didn't run into that one that time. Rather than taking the upper path, we'll take the lower one this time through this gate. Moment here when we change over items where we're slightly vulnerable, but yeah, makes a big difference to actually get the lead going and see what we roll this time. Now there's a particularly rough turn coming up ahead up here we need to be aware of. Not this part yet, but the next boost area, I think, is where we have a tendency to overshoot. We should actually redraw items, I think. But okay, this one here, yeah, this spot is where we whiff quite a bit. Okay, we will jump that banana. They're actually doing some work for us for once. Oh, got caught a little bit here. Don't want to lose too much speed from that bump. Because we're not that far ahead. Not that far ahead at all. So, bit of a tense moment here as we see whether we can retain the lead going into the final bend. Can we do it? And we can. I believe this is a 3-star. Which means we can just put this one down, which I'm very glad to do after the ordeal was to get here. But yeah, building a little bit more for speed actually did help. I mean, just tearing away with it with a good blue shell defense at a critical moment early on also worked in our favor, but I believe that was actually a 3-star through Spiny Shell Knockout. So yeah, 4 out of 8 down at this point. I think we can stay long enough to attempt one more. Unless we want to split off the remaining 4 for a second stream. I doubt we'll do it all in one sitting today anyway, but that took some work. Let's do one more. Yeah, so Chuck worked out for us here. Let's go Sidestepper. I haven't seen him in a while. Love his trick animations. Except he's very kind of super lightweight, so there's not much that we'll build for speed with here. So maybe not a good idea, unless we have a pretty clear vision of what to put him on. Or we can just go Stellar Sled again. But yeah, there's actually not a lot of speed options to work with. Let's go Ralligator. Okay, so finally got that one done. Let's see about the double cherry rally. And hopefully meet with a little more success. After the massive roadblock that was the one before this. You can definitely feel how light this vehicle is compared to many of the builds I've been running today. I've knocked about quite a bit already. It's nice to just drive somewhere else for a change, though, after what a long run that was just now. Actually hit some things here, maybe. And we'll cut this corner. Oh, we should have actually trailed that golden shell, though. Oh well. Oop. Koopa card caught me by surprise there. A lot of bubbles potentially popping overhead. Not quite. Got a little bit stuck in the grass there. We should have actually just kept this banana for a swipe. But can we catch something with that? Yeah, we can. Again, definitely feeling the lack of that commanding advantage that we had all through the last race. so much for that mushroom. Down to 0 coins, no wonder we're struggling so much. First is still within view at least. Can we hit? Slightly. Not quite getting the intercept there, but we'll see. There are probably some shortcuts possible here where we can mount up on one of the dinosaurs. Oh, move out. And that's a horn. That seems like it did break it, but we will still get the move back there. In 3rd place at the first gate. Yeah, that rail there might have been interesting to hit, but I'll take this one instead. And then try to mushroom through it this way. Spent a little too long in the grass there. Now, bananas aren't really doing too much for me here, currently. Let's just try to drop everything here to draw something a little more effective at hitting the leader. Ideally red shell, I would say, but going to get it. Oops, there goes the mushroom. Yeah, pretty big advantage, as you can see from the gate marking on the top right. The leader is stretching out ahead by quite a bit. And that again is going to be a bit of a concern. I do see him in the distance, up there in first place. And we'll get a chance to rock out to the beach over here. Can we hit? No. At no point were we able to do that. And yeah, okay, not as much of a margin between first and second as there was before. But we're pretty far behind. We'll hit the golden in a moment. Let me just see if we have an opportunity for it here without getting crushed by any DK barrels or anything like that. Okay, didn't really get a good drift. And up here this time, I do see all 3 racers in front of me. So we're still in a recoverable position perhaps, but oh, you know what, let me just get on this and maybe recover. We do need to finish in 8th, and this is actually becoming a little bit troublesome here. Oh, we're way behind. Yeah, let's use this before we drop it. Okay, blue shell in this position is great. We do need to contain the leader here, and there's the move back up here. Again, we see all 3 racers up ahead, which is good. I don't know if that actually gave us any advantage in terms of distance, probably not, but let's just try to get as many snipes as we can. Just to contain the crowd and keep it tightly packed. We're going to be first heading into this gate. A lot can happen. This is a very tight pack so far. Still, and that's okay. We will recover. We're still trying to hit top 4 here. But it does mean that the items are going to be pretty generous, even in this position, as long as we don't run straight into somebody's horn, the way we just did. In a bit of trouble. Okay. Just cut. Golden mushroom is pretty ideal here. Gets us well ahead, in fact. Well, let's see how we do in this stretch. Okay. Need to watch out for this curve when we do the last lap. Again, there is a bit of a mushroom cut across the water. That's a potential. And then we'll grab the coin off of this, and then we'd better hit a good item draw here in fourth. Well, with everybody still in a position that's not too far, we can still make it. Boomerang is not great for us here. We're too far out of range for to do anything interesting, and we need to kind of burn it off first. Okay, oh, there's the tape, and we are going to just barely miss it. Second. Fell back a little too far at the end there. Yeah, let's go higher speed this time. I was definitely feeling the lack of that this time. Even if we did pull ahead in the first in some of the later legs. We haven't really shown off Goomba at all. I feel like Goomba's probably lightweight though. Let's do Dry Bones. Well, he might also be fairly lightweight. Looking at it, very much so. In fact, he's not getting... I mean, he's made of bones, you know, he's not going to have too much meat on that. Even with some of the faster setups, like Stellar Sled, he's not getting much. We'll try it. Said I'd go for speed, but we can only do so much here. Let's go a little dumpy. Yeah, looking a little dumpy. Yeah, actually, he's not getting a lot of speed off any of these. Let's just rethink, actually. I mean, we usually just pick for cosmetics, but I would actually like a reasonable shot of winning, so we don't want to go too light. Let's go with another Wario costume, actually. We have so many of these that we haven't really fully shown off yet. I don't know if we've shown off the work crew. I feel like we might have. Well, let's take it. Junkyard Hog, pretty low handling on that, if that matters. We have so many straights to work with. We can risk it. Let's try it. With so many straightaways, maybe the handling won't matter too much. But we'll find out. Because, again, we have all these curves towards the goals, particularly in the last segment. That could be something we come to regret 10 minutes from now. Yeah, it really all comes down to the last lap often. Or at least where it gets whittled down to top 4 to 8. Everything up to that point is just containing whoever's at the front of the pack. Now let's hang back with mushrooms until we get a second item draw if we can. I mean, obviously if lightning hits us from behind, we'll regret this quickly, but Try to get something decent as our second draw here, like the Mega. And then we'll just cut straight across here, perhaps. We are going to get Mega. And we'll go straight through. Well, couldn't quite reach, but that's okay. We don't know where the Bumblebee costume comes from. We should grab some food every now and then just to figure that out. Love the pirate costume on him, though. It does give us the sword trick animations. Is Kamek finally going to give us something new? No. We're missing somebody with Kamek. I just don't know who because I haven't bothered to look it up. Bit of a mistake there, but again, if we can really pull ahead, we'll be much more comfortable with this. Oh. Nope. That's a beep. Just drop everything we have. But the blue shell is going to contain, and then that's probably not going to give us within range of catching up, but we'll get something done here. Everybody else is speeding ahead. Only 2 coins in tow, which we'd like to improve on. Let's try to get in a little closer for the horn. Nope, not close enough. But triple red shell is actually pretty good here when we have a couple of targets to work with. In particular, we can nab that shell that was being used for defense and then pull ahead a second. First is pretty far ahead though, so let's see if we can do something about that. With all of that. Okay, blue shell. Do your thing. Let's see where it's going to hit. That would be ideal. It's not too far. Oh, missed it completely. That would have been a good rail ride here too. A little high wire hop. It would take us to the end of this track segment. Tap too much into a repeated input like that when we have the horn that we want to keep, or rather want to spin so we can get in here. A little concerning right now. Yeah, we haven't been able to take advantage of the speed stat on him just yet, because we've been knocked down so much. Let's get something decent going here. Luckily that's going to go straight through us. Now we will make the 12 gate. Let's grab an item at the gate. I'll just try to catch up a little bit here again. The inside bend rather than the rail, I think. Yeah, it would be good to get a sense of just how far ahead the leader is here, but we do see both carts ahead. It's not too bad, but let's dump everything so we can take advantage of the mushroom for the briefest moment. Yeah, let Blue Shell get ahead. Having Hammer in second position here isn't great for me, because that just doesn't have enough reach, but we're going to have everybody else kind of expanding to horns as well, and we'll see what we can do to catch up. I think we'll just try to drive through this and hold on to the horn for a moment, because we can maybe just catch them naturally, and that would be ideal. Just get right up into that cluster. But we don't have much of a reach on these items if we don't catch them, that's the thing. And so we might have to make a decision soon about whether to hang on to all this. And that decision will be made for us. Yeah, this rail is a little far on the outside. Still got a few segments to go though. Okay. Peel off defense here and here. Let's see if we can draw into something like a horn. We'll keep the shell because, or keep the bomb rather, because we know there's a green shell right behind us. Okay, still within range of first, which is the important thing. Yeah. Wow, that was a bit of a close one here. Rolls galore. Now we're still on 5 out of 6 here, but we'll need to do the final lap while coming out of here, so let's not get complacent. Just use the food for the boost. There we go. Good. Yeah, let's retain this. Having 2 shells spinning is at least 2 items worth of defense. We kind of want that because we know everything's going to get pretty aggressive behind us here. Although maybe mushrooming through here might have been a better choice. Okay, let's just go through here. Second position's alright. We're not too far behind then. We can still catch. Oh, no, we should have spent the red shell earlier first, right at the end of the tape. Yeah, I was thinking spend a red shell, use a banana for 10s. We took too long to decide until the red shell got peeled off, but barely made it over. Okay, that thankfully did not take as long as the one before it. It could have gone quite badly, though, with the last segment there. Okay, 3 more to go. Let's... Again, building for speed has been going well for us. Oh, the Touring Jack and a Rosalina, we might go with that. I feel like we've shown it off before, but it is a really quite stylish getup. Put on Bulldozer? Yeah, maybe, unless we want to go even more powerful. Let's go dumpy on her. And Acorn here. We'll go for that. So yeah, 3 more to go. We'll see how we do, because it might make more sense to split these off into another session. depending on how long a grind they turn out to be. But, you know, if one of these goes down quickly, then we'll take it. But yeah, building for high speed I think has generally been working out. Although we've needed a few fortunate bounces for us. Especially near that last ending that we just saw. Right down to the final second. Okay. Let's just hang back and draw the second item, and then let's see what we do with the speedway here. Star here sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. Everybody drifts pretty far inside here. Actually didn't get too much of an advantage. It's all straightaways here. Oh, I was trying to pop the mushroom there. That didn't work out. Yeah, falling a little bit behind here. We should probably stay in the smooth and slick waterway there in the middle of the road, but that's okay. We'll make the gates as long as we just don't let the leader run away from it. What do we do here? Shells. Yeah, coin shell is good. We didn't really pick up too much from that, though. But we'll get into double here. Oh, I was trying to get in there so we could maybe get a mushroom shortcut out of it, but that's okay. We'll hit the next best thing. Move. Yeah, a lot of rail opportunities here that we're not taking. They do curve a little far outside sometimes. Okay, another move there. It's okay, we'll just get popped into here, and first is still within range somewhat, so we'll retain the bomb for defense for a moment. That worked out. Rosalina going aggressively after her past self here. Okay, we'll peel off the defense at least. I was hoping to get a hit, but get around to Chucks instead. And did we? Yeah, we were in second at that time, so it's good. Perfect time to pass. We're not really ahead by that much here. Somewhat favorable snap decision there, and then we'll see if we can get around a good curve. Just not lose too much to the driving. Worked out just in terms of dodging obstacles. Let's not have to run into too much though. We will be hit by the blue shell at some point. It's just a matter of how much of a lead we can command before that becomes relevant. how much we want to redraw into potentially picking up a horn. Yeah, here's the shell. Drop a banana. Let's just keep going. Snack bag there is a little out of the way for us. Whoops. Ooh, and everything's running over me here. Yeah, once you're back in the pack, you really do have to claw your way back out. Wait for opportunity there. I think the bullet just smashed through my boomerang. That's fine. We wanted it out of the inventory anyway, so I could get over here and head on forward. Smack that cataquack. Oh, so much for that. Yikes. Everybody kind of blowing each other up here. We do need to get back into fourth, though, for the next gate. Which is going to be a little item dependent here, I think. Otherwise, we'll just straight up lose. Oh. Knocked down off the rail ride. By the looks of it. I actually couldn't quite see what we're doing there. Yeah, that rail goes a little far out on the outside. Nope, out of range. Now, how far ahead is the leader? I can see her, but I mean, I can catch her. Here's the moose. Oh, should have spent that mushroom. Oh well. Okay, big decision to be made soon about whether we just expend the horn. I think we do. We need to get something that'll actually get us up ahead here. Getting into the final lap at a bit of a disadvantage. Let's just see if we can find something useful. If someone wants to drop a blue shell, that'd be nice, but you know what? Let's just burn the mushroom. Close in. You want to be tight. Yeah, it's going to be a little RNG dependent, at least that's how it feels. Oh, red shell, perfect. Now, do we have blue shell drop on us at this point? That would be a bit terrible. This bend, we need to drift around nice and close. And that's going to be one shot on this cup, great. Glad we stayed for it. Well, let's hope that one of the two remaining cups isn't going to be a 2-hour grind or something. Again, just with each attempt taking about 10 to 12 minutes, you sometimes get into a pretty long set. But if we can actually get Knockout 2 out of the way today, that would be wonderful. At least until we decide to put ourselves through some 3-star misery. Let's go Birdo. Have we shown off Pro Racer Birdo yet? Not really. We've shown off the other one, I think. Yeah, we haven't quite shown off everything on this page because they tend to be a little lower in speed. Let's go chart and truck. Okay, 2 to go. This one previously we got the 3-star clear on in 150. We'll see if we do so well this time. I mean, probably not that well, but we'll accomplish what we can. This is going to have to big jump up to question block ruins. Beginning with this initial descent here. I feel like we saw this a lot in our set of attempts at 150. I remember the last cup taking a while too because of one particular jump through a cannon in the Bowser's Castle area. Thereabouts. I think it was anyway. Alright, you know what? Let's just shroom him across and past a sinkhole and hopefully not hit lightning. I probably felt like I've seen this a lot because it actually comes up quite a bit, or at least has come up quite a bit for me in a multiplayer knockout. We had a run of just drawing this one repeatedly. Okay, that worked out. And then through the bazaar we go. It's not too far off from the lead, that's the important thing. Maintain a chase and just have a good opportunity to pull ahead at some point with something like a timely blue shell defense. Okay, fine. Oh, kept that as defense. That's alright. That's alright. We're just going to depend a little too much on a good item draw over here and maybe grab some coins from the shell trail as well. Oh, missed a double. Oh. I don't know why I thought I was going to get a mushroom there. We assumed a little too much about how well that was going to go. Yeah, so coin shell feels like it kind of has a bit of homing effect that is less than that of the red shell. We just haven't had a good sense of its accuracy or inaccuracy yet in terms of how it behaves when it's behind us. Okay, let's see what we can do here. And then try to cut across mushroom. Yeah, again, we're getting in a situation where the leader might be pulling ahead, but not too far in the minimap yet as far as we can see, but it is going to be a problem if we leave that situation uncontained for much longer. Much further behind at this gate than we would usually like to be. But again, just with how the item balancing shakes out in Knockout Tour as the field narrows, we're still given a good amount of opportunities to recover a bit, but oop. Just want to get caught up on every corner the way we've been doing. Yeah, we see some of the leaders spinning a little bit on the minimap. Maybe that's good news. I don't know if this is actually advantageous for us at all. Probably not, but look at that Goomba just dashing across at full speed. Let's try to pull ahead a little bit here just to dodge a red shell from behind. Again, no opportunity to get doubled there, just being obstructed by the NPC vehicle. We'll retain the banana for a moment until we can get an opportunity to actually land it somewhere. Yeah, we need... Oh, no. I was hoping for a double, and of course we just veered away from it at the last second. That's why we dumped the bananas here. Okay. Blue shell, go around me, please. Yeah. Yeah, blue shell's still tracking ahead. We're way behind. But having a star just freely available here does help. I hope. I mean, not too many corners to cut here, unfortunately, but because this is one big straightaway on the bridge. Oh. Let's not miss anything on account of the rail ride. There's some mushrooms being dispensed rather on the road. Let's just try to do something decent here. We're too far behind. I don't think we're going to be able to have enough room to contain Wario up there in first place. Just no time to get up to him. Oh, hitting every pole there, thinking I could trick off with him. Nope, not so much. Yeah, the coin deficit was very keenly felt as well there. The golden mushroom, however, is going to be at least slightly helpful here. We'll hit the mega in a moment. Yeah, we better do it now. And just bust through everything we can. So we are still behind for the 4th place gate, which is not great. Yeah, first has just not been in sight of us this entire race, and so don't fancy our chances, but we'll see what we can do. Really quite a scenic moment here. See, there's dashing everywhere. Okay, this is good. But it would be nice if we could hit an item along the way. And we're actually going to get within view of second. The leader is barely in view of the camera. Given that we're not past through the 4th gate yet, we actually do still have a chance. Yeah, the balancing of the catch-up opportunities is really something quite delicate, and must have taken some work to tune properly for Knockout Tour. Because, okay, we can just try to snipe out the gold mushroom. That'd be ideal, and then we get into the question block ruins. We're still way too far off first place, though. He's way ahead. So, I do kind of see something in the distance here. We better just blow the horn now so we can have a more offensive item. Something like triple red would be best. I'm not going to get that. I'm not going to get that at all. But if we can get a decent catch-up item here, that'll be ideal. Yeah, no. We've got nothing. Oh, nope, got stuck here. That's even worse. Okay, we're just going to lose. But again, I never had first place with our side, so I feel like this was... If you see how far ahead he is, this is a totally lost position. This is not going anywhere. Yeah, he's well ahead of the tape. I mean, the little tumble we took at the end didn't help, certainly, but at no point did I feel like we were able to catch first. He just held first the whole race. And there was no threat. Let's rotate around a little bit. Spike. How lightweight is Spike? Pretty lightweight himself, actually. I mean, all of these minions, actually, apart from some like Cow or Chuck, are a little too light for their own good. Maybe we can try to do something a little more acceleration-oriented, but again, we've had the best results with just going very heavy towards speed. Let's go Stellar Sled. I feel like I depend on Stellar Sled so much because it's one of the few high-speed options for some of the characters who come in way too light. But we'll get to see some Spike trick animations at least, and that might be a bonus. Okay. Back a bit and just get a decent item draw in this section before we rush ahead too aggressively. No, we'll just need to pop it here. It gets us back in the pack. Let's see what a double item in position 12 is going to do for us here. Boomerang against this tight pack is actually not too bad. Wound. Blue shell's heading off already. Okay. Not feeling terribly secure here in first, but we'll see what we can do. Definitely feeling the lightweight and higher handling here, though. May even get through the 20 gate in first. And actually, we're already on 20 coins, which surprises me. I don't know where we racked up so many, but let's just try to keep the advantage going for as long as we can before we get hit by inevitable blue. Bombs and bananas everywhere. Let's watch out for this car. There's going to be a whole lot of kaboom behind us. Or at least move. A whole lot of movement. The further we can build the advantage before blue shell hits us, the better. We'll just treat it like a time trial at this point and just stay nice and tight. Yeah, well ahead, actually, so... It's so quiet sometimes when you have this much of a lead. So that's what it's like to be some of the CPU opponents that have been tearing away at first on our watch. Where after a certain point, the blue shell is the only thing that's going to touch you. We'll see. Yeah, unfortunately, that will be taken. It's okay, we still have a little bit of rear defense. That was going to happen eventually. Luckily, not so close to us that triple green shell is going to be too much of a threat, but let's just see what we can draw on. Yeah, more coins. That's kind of expected at this point. Whoa, that was not great. Okay. That's the kind of thing that can kill the run if we're not careful. Yeah, as expected. Let's leave some vacancy for more items here. And then we're still ahead. Exactly what we need to do, just stay well ahead enough that the blue shell isn't going to knock us too far back into the crowd. Just have enough of an opportunity to stay ahead. That's somebody behind us. Whoop. Okay. Yeah, I do see Boo, I think, coming up behind us pretty close. Let's just try to do the rail ride unobstructed and keep it nice and close and grab a first tier as well. Yeah, being first on the straight here is great, because I find that it's really hard to catch anybody here. At least when you're playing from behind. Even with things like the golden mushroom, there's just not much you can do if you're not just driving close to the pack. Let's be careful with that boomerang. Somebody's trying to catch us pretty close here. Actually, I think that was just a boomerang on one of the NPC cars. Yeah, just a lot of NPCs doing the business here. We're still reasonably secure for the time being. A lot of blue shells can change that quickly, given that we're still on segment 4. Yeah, despite going a little bit lower on the speed, we actually did manage to just press the advantage this time, at least up to this point. This can't be relied upon, of course, especially if we drive like that. Yeah, I think it's just a lot of NPC boomerangs. In fact, let's just skip over that and try to hit the 8 gate. And I'm trying to remember if we actually were first place for the 20 gate, because if so, I think we actually are in position to take the 3-star, just like we did with the 150, if I recall. Now we're actually only at 18 coins. Let's try to get back to 20 as soon as we can. Like right here. Yeah, we just drift and boost nicely. We can just time trial the rest of the way through this and outrun the stampede over here. We've been untouched for some time. Blue shell will change that soon, I'm sure, but we just need to, again, press as far as we can. Red shell actually getting within range of us, that's something that hasn't happened in a while. Sometimes they just turn corners somewhere and just... That's part of why, with a sufficient lead, we just aren't even touched by red shells for a long time. Blue's coming. That's expected. How far ahead are we? Can't tell. But if we drive cleanly in the question block runes, we may be okay. No, we're in pretty close to whoever's behind us. Let's just toss and dodge that. Yeah, we're not that far ahead. We are very susceptible to some last minute emergency here. Especially on turns like this. We knew that turn was a problem before as well, so let's just do this lap and miss every item. That's not good. Might have potentially needed that defense there. Especially with everybody else drawing an item block behind us. Okay. Looper. As long as we can see it down to final straightaway, we are okay. We are going to win. I think that might have been a 3-star again, so that actually solves another problem. That leaves one more, and so we'll make a reasonable attempt to try to wrap up all of Knockout Tour Mirror Mode in one sitting. Okay, one more to go. But yeah, despite not going super high speed that time, we actually had a pretty good outcome, pretty balanced. But again, it's all about just commanding the lead nice and early, such that the inevitable blue shells are just not a problem. Same thing the NPCs do when, or the CPU racers rather, when we fall way behind. Okay, we're going to try to finish this up on the last Knockout Tour back with DK again. He was somebody who served us very well at the beginning. He served us well again. We'll put him in a vanilla costume since we showed off the all-terrain. But it has been very much Donkey Kong's day to shine, and so we'll... Yeah, that was another win with a stellar sled, incidentally, which has been one of the most effective vehicles for us consistently. I don't know if we want to go that low on the handling, but... I might go Real Racer again. I think we did well with the Dread Sled earlier. Let's just see what our options are. Funky Dory, very low handling on that one, but I don't know how much it'll matter when we get in a little later here. Let's go to Rally Kart. We almost never show this one off. And let's go over to Heart Rally and try to close out the mirror knockouts. Yeah, actually being able to take 2 of the 3-star mirror knockouts today is a significant step towards eventually doing the full 3-star journey. But again, you have to be pretty fortunate, especially in the first section. And then here, remember that there is a particular jump later on that's quite concerning. We'll just hang back for a moment. Find a better opportunity for the initial shrooms. Like right here, maybe? Yeah, actually retaining the question block might not be that good, but we did get up to 16 coins early on, which is nice. We need to pass through this area here, which can be a bit of a concern, but that's okay. We'll move on through, and then I don't know if we want to retain a boomerang here. I guess we'll try to whip the conch door. That didn't work out. Oh, we should have waited until we got into the cannon segment here. What's Kamek giving us? Pokies. Where the Pokies that will inevitably show up in the road. The camels, rather. In keeping with the desert ecology. Maintaining Horn in first position is great. Let's see if we can go for the lead. Without having to burn it on a red shell or something, or have it taken away by lightning, or by toppling off the edge somewhere. Now this is a place where actually kind of feeling the difference in mirror mode for once. Because we had to stick that landing so many times in the standard. Yeah, up to this point we've just been able to, you know, play everything straight and not worry too much about the fact that it is mirror mode. Here I'm actually noticing it, probably because we spent so long with this one as well, I think, at 150 knockout. But we'll see. We'll be first going into this gate. Now, this bit here gave us trouble. In terms of just hitting the target. There we go. I had a lot of trouble making that jump in previous runs. No, we can just skip through here since we don't need items. I don't think we're that far ahead, and unfortunately, oh, that's going to catch us quite badly, and the fall is going to drop the horn. And we're going to get knocked back all the way tonight. That went really badly. Didn't really even see what hit us that time. We didn't have an opportunity to dump the horn on it. It's too bad, we were in such a great position. Well, still early yet. Not going to be a 3-star by any means, but we're not expecting one. Okay. Boomerang's not going to reach quite far enough here. But we can still make a reasonable stab at catching up a bit here. We got Birdo way up in the lead there. Let's hopefully manage to contain that. I think we're getting to the gate here pretty soon. Let's let the blue shell do its job, though. Can't quite see where the move back is here, but yeah, as expected, we will be a little bit behind at the gate. Just try to turn over items and yeah, not going to get a shroom to get us through that corner, unfortunately. What are we getting? Feather? Eh. Okay, just in time to grab that. Just get rid of everybody around us. We can still see the first two positions at least. So it's winnable, just not comfortable. We definitely need some things like blue shells to be on our side here. There's the next gate coming right up ahead. I heard a shell. I couldn't tell which one it was, but that's material now. Yeah, we are too far behind here. I feel like we need to grab a better catch-up item. I'm retaining the horn because I'm thinking that, you know, blue shell is kind of inevitable at some point soon, and you know, if we can pass, then retaining the horn in first position can help save this, but we're a little far behind right now and haven't been drawing items to catch up. Oh. Oh, wow. That was terrible. Absolutely dreadful. Let's just go around all this, and then I can't even see where the leader is at this point. Yeah, Luigi's way ahead. Okay, at this point, I'm making a call to just dump the horn and see if we can get something that's a little better for catch-up purposes. Boomerang, it will not be it. Can't see where he is at all. We still have a few segments left, so it's not lost just yet. I also noticed Boomerang isn't picking up coins for me. I thought it did back in 8. Unless I'm thinking of the Piranha Plant. Okay, red shell forward is pretty necessary right now. We need to contain the leader because he's so far ahead. Yeah, same deal as usual with like a tour against a computer. It's just that they get such a huge advantage sometimes, and that you start running out of options to catch whoever's in front. With a sufficiently good item draw and probably some other things like additional blue cells from NPCs on our side, we still even make it. Let's put some corners here. Oh, missed it. Missed the item blocks. Yeah, Luigi's way too far ahead. It's just going to tag the gates several seconds ahead of everybody else. I'm not even sure if blue shell will contain that at this point. It's too far up front. He's got about a 5-second advantage on second place, and so for the final bit here, we definitely need at least golden mushroom. Yeah, golden mushroom. There we go. Thank you. Okay, at least he's within sight now. If someone drops a blue shell on him, that would be great. Otherwise, I think we're a little too close to the ending. Bananas will not help, despite this being Donkey Kong. We need something like triple red shell, I think. No, bomb and green shell is terrible. That's about as bad as it could be there on that draw. But yeah, this was, again, one of those situations where we were never even threatening first place. Once we lost it. So, we're gonna redo. Yeah, this one took me many attempts in 150, so we could, for all I know, be here for a while. I seem to recall that my winning setup with it was actually Pauline on a mecha, which got us through a few things every time I rotated back to it. So we're just going to take it. Since again, DK and Pauline are stars of the show today. We'll show her in this beautiful arrow costume with the gold trim. Let's see if Pauline plus Mechatrike works some of the magic that it did for us previously. But yeah, I mean, this is the last knockout tour. I would love to be able to just stay until we beat this, but we'll see how viable that is, or if we're stuck here 2 hours from now. But it's good that the last few went so efficiently. Yeah, too bad about that first attempt on this as well. Oop. Yeah, a bit of a bad drift here early on. Wow, that's way more drift than I thought we would have. Just from tailing everybody. I mean, all these karts always have such a different feel when you dramatically change what you're doing in terms of weight. And we'll see if we can. Oh, I was hoping to just go through here. Didn't expect to get chopped. It's okay. We'll just go through and pop off everyone we can. And looks like B Wario is up front. Again, that's one costume that we should pick up. I'd already been saying that Wario has the best costume game in the Mario Kart world, and now that I've seen the one that we're missing, which is the B, I'm absolutely convinced. Oh yeah, ghost form here, not going to do much with that, and luckily Blue Shell is just going to go around us. Let's get on the airship. Ideally on the rail ride, but if we don't, then we don't. I'll just take the inside curve instead. Oh, B Wario's back here. He's no longer quite in charge. This curve gives me some trouble sometimes. The rail ride on the side here actually helps a bit navigationally. We just haven't taken it in this series of attempts just yet. We did figure out quite a bit about this track just from having to do it so much. Yeah, let's not trick around too much here because that throws off my positioning. Nice and tight on the inside is good. There's Scuttler, welcome. We're doing the last of the mirror mode knockout tours. We actually did finish all of the other 7 earlier in the stream, so. Okay, good. We didn't get thrown off the ledge that time. It looks like first place, this time the sidestepper is way ahead though, which is the usual risk that we're kind of concerned about. Just the lead CPU player getting way too far ahead to catch. We're in second now, so we get something like a red shell, that would be ideal, but let's try to find a good place to cut with the mushrooms. Yeah, I do see up ahead, but we don't have a good opportunity to shortcut just yet. It is all straightaways. We should just use it while we have it. Oh, we have a blue shell as well. Let's use that before we lose it. Yeah. Oh, we can see the explosion off in the distance, so we can start recovering some ground, perhaps. Horn's not going to be too useful to me here when we're too far behind to pull up into the lead, but yeah, part of the issue is that we have so few coins as well. We need to stack up a little bit and get that top speed going to catch up. Again, there are times and places when the horn is great. It's not one of them. Okay, still too far behind. I don't see them. Okay, driving up front. Let's spin that one out. Not gonna let Wario spoil the party there. Okay, Kamek, what are you gonna give me? First of all, let's shortcut through here as well, just to see if we can catch up a bit. Again, we're so far behind. We need a lot more to recover. Just gonna burn some of this to clear the path and try to get up ahead a little bit. Oh. Yeah, red shell ahead is kind of necessary. We need to really stop whoever's in first. So now we still have quite a few legs left to go. It's just that at this point you're building advantage and getting a little difficult to catch, but having a good run of coins here will certainly help. Mushrooms are great to have in Mario Circuit as well, just with all the shortcuts that are possible. Drifts always feel so great in this course as well when you catch the shortcuts accordingly. Okay, so there's the spin out on the blue shell that you can see on the minimap. Sidestepper, let's... Oh, I was about to spin that, and we lost it. Yeah, I do see both racers ahead at this point, so we have some opportunities here to close the distance in the final two legs if we can. Let's try to get a good position over here and just dodge the blue shell if we can. The rail ride here is perfect. Where are we going? I totally didn't see where the course continued past the rail ride. Okay, that's too bad. We had a pretty clear opportunity to catch up there, and I just missed it from not knowing where to exit there. Because, you know, when you're playing around with railroads in the open world, it doesn't matter where you get off. It doesn't matter where you're pointing. Here, I actually couldn't see the continuation on the course. So we just stayed there too long. Okay, we're going to the final four. We can still see definitely second place and possibly first ahead of us, so... Of course, we have to make it past the 4-gate first. Golden is pretty good in this situation. Let's tap him and go. Still don't see where first is. It's not Sidestepper anymore. Okay, mushrooms are nice to have here. Let's see what we can do. Go ride? Nope, couldn't cut it. Okay, so that gives us a bit of a time check for how far ahead Peach is going into the final lap. Pretty far ahead. Horn is not what we want here. But Blue Shell is going to catch her up ahead, which we can pull ahead after that. That'd be great. I'd rather drop it now, though, and try to catch her up with something else since she's right up front. Red Shell is perfect. Let's go. Especially with this being one of the final bends, let's... Oh, nope. Nope, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. Alright, fourth. Well, maybe we can get something like a golden... Fire Flower is not what we want. We do have a golden, hang on. We just needed to spend a Fire Flower first before it became an issue. Come on. Go, go, go. Nope. Yeah, problem there is that you need to let the fire flower burn off before you're allowed to use the golden mushroom, and so we just started that up too late. Maybe there was a way to fall off the track there too in a way that was valid, and we could have cut the corner a bit tighter. But again, we just never managed to catch first place despite how close we got near the finish. Well, let's swap around to some other favorites of ours from time to time. We haven't actually shown a junior today, I think. He's got this beautiful explorer costume, but we'll run a different one. We'll run his biker suit. Yeah, let's see. He's a little bit lightweight, but maybe we put him on Tiny Titan or even a chopper here. I like the idea of putting him on a chopper. I mean, we've got him in a biker suit. Let's do it. Okay. It's a costume that suits the vehicle. It's higher than what we usually pick for handling. We're definitely going to need to adjust around that because he makes these wild lightweight turns that we're definitely noticing quite palpably already. Probably should have kept some of those mushrooms into a shortcut, but that's okay. Oh, missed every item. He's got a nice drift to him there. Blue shell, yeah, we'll just burn it off right away. Basically can't really let anybody hold the commanding lead. Need to be much better about the coins this time around too. Oh, look at that, right on target. Very rare that we get a good bomb throw like that that actually has that instant detonation from a collision. Head inside the track a little bit. This is one spot where we might actually want to retain the feather, just given how this next segment goes. We want to land on the rail? No. What is it? That's okay, the shell would have caught us anyway if we had done that. Because, yeah, I didn't know that green shells ride the rail. That's actually really important to know if we are on a rail ride with a green shell in tow. Oh, we should have tried to ride the rail on the left side here too. Yeah, because if you want to knock somebody down on a rail, you can actually trail them with a green shell on top of it, and it would just be as effective as a red. Good thing we're not going for the 3-star, having lost first position right at the 20 gate. Okay, a mass collision over here, that's good. Try to double up on the items down this way. Yeah, never mind the feather. Let's just re-roll it. That's fine. Blue shell is going to let us have a catch-up opportunity here anyway. We hope. Yeah, it's not too far ahead. Chomps everywhere. Whoops. Okay, what's Boo gonna pick up for his mushroom? That's fine. So if we can just race into first and retain the horn, that would be ideal, but let's see if we can actually get it. I think we can, given the small NPC obstruction over there. We might as well just shroom into this to grab another item. Unless a ghost snatches the horn or something, that would obviously be terrible, but let's just try to hit some boosts and ride out of here accurately. Oh, you know what? Let's just... I'm sure I'll regret it soon when the blue shell does come, but, you know, better that than just losing it to lightning. Something when we have a chance to try to pull ahead a little further. We can regret that decision later. Certainly that's the kind of decision that would need to be made if you are... Oh, we got fishbone. That's new. If you are trying to make it first on every gate for the 3-star, which we already aren't doing. Well, actually had a new unlock today. That's nice to see. Hadn't seen one in quite a long time. I don't know if we're still missing anybody. Yeah, we'll retain this. We'll see if we can get something like a horn, but that's a no. I think we had determined that we do want to try to re-roll for horns if we can. Depending on how far ahead we are. Yeah, the risk is that there's this moment of vulnerability while we're rolling a new item. But now, let's not get too fancy with railroads this time. Let's not, you know, completely miss the track like we did that last run. Yeah, blue shell's gonna happen. That's fine. Let's see. And we might pass right here. But as long as we safely proceed into this segment, we should be in an acceptable position. Let's go with that. And the handling is really nice in this segment here, where you have so many tight curves. Good old Mario circuit. Oh, that went a little far outside. Nope. Yes. Oof, disaster. Okay, let's try to get back in position here before number one runs away. Wow. This went really badly. We might have trouble getting past the end of this point. Ooh, I evaded the lightning for some reason. I don't know why. I guess you can use lightning to, or rather feather, to try to put stool over enemies as well in some places. We better spend a star now before it gets taken away. Let's try to. First of all, we got a little too adventurous with the high wire hop before. Let's not do that this time. We do want some items though. Oh, missed it. It was not an effective star at all. We just didn't use that well. We're going to have some trouble with the 8 gate, I think. If we don't shape up very, very quickly. Yeah, that star was very much squandered. We just didn't manage to get a good cutoff with it. However, Golden is going to save our hide here. Just looking at the minimap, seeing how far the leader is. Not out of reach yet, I hope. Okay, again, having a horn this far back is just not that useful. We want to contain whoever's in front. Horn and banana are actually a terrible combination here. Let's just double up on something else completely without running into our own bananas. The crowd is whittling down enough that at this stage we might be able to get some decent items, or we can get more horns and bombs and things that are short range and don't do anything for us whatsoever. Just re-roll and try to catch up properly. Okay. Okay, everybody's kind of equalized here at least, and we wanted to dump some of that anyway. First and second, okay. Not too big a spread between them. But we'll need good items. Boomerang's not going to cut it. Let's get really nice and tight on this curve here. Then maybe we can do something with it, but mushroom is good here. Let's try to find an appropriate setup for it. I feel like this is not going to be enough, though. Okay, triple mushroom might just do it. No, too risky around that corner. I was trying to cut that corner. We didn't get the height. And that's a loss. I don't think we would have made it regardless, though, because triple mushroom around the corner, pretty much I had to cut that corner in order to beat first place there. So we took a bit of a gamble, and it didn't work out. But yeah, because I pretty much had to hit that as a shortcut. I don't think I could have beaten that otherwise. But maybe that was a miscalculation. Maybe we should have just stayed on track and been a little more patient about where to land that mushroom at the very end. Since we had a triple, I mean, we had a clear shot. But and again, we weren't really in a strong leading position going to the end, so... Hey, we got fishbones. Fishbone feels like it's probably very lightweight, though. That's the only thing. And yeah, because even with some of the heavier setups, we're not able to do too much with it here. Let's see. Bowser Bruiser is one of the heavier ones. Again, balance stats are okay as well. We've had some success as long as we manage to take the lead at all. Given that it comes down to the ending very often. Let's go bulldozer on it. Might as well give Fishbones a prize since we haven't had an opportunity to show it off at all. Yeah, that final turn on all of these knockout tours usually makes all the difference, unless you're really safely ahead and first the whole time. Yeah, once again, really feeling how light this is. Okay, let's grab this while we're still in a low position. Oh, totally missed a rail this time. Yeah, just need to contain the leader. If we can. And let's see what kind of item we'll get into this section where anybody who has a shroom has a pretty dramatic advantage in pulling ahead without getting dragged. Yeah, despite all the issues with trying to catch the leader in... Whoa, terrible. In Knockout Tour. It is a very unique kind of challenge. It's very different from Prix. It's very different from multiplayer Knockout Tour, as we were saying. So... I like that it's sort of been appropriately tough in some ways. And required us to rethink a lot about how Mario Kart item strategy would usually go. Okay. We can get a ride on the ledge here. That's a lot better because it gives us a bit of extra distance, but we don't need to do as much steering in the narrow corridors. So, being in third position up here with everybody still visible is not the worst that things have been. And we'll let the blue shell just come around. Oh, couldn't quite catch there. Now, if we could just try to speed past and retain the horn, that's ideal, but I don't know if we can do it. Very tempting to just burn the horn early and just try to redraw here. And we didn't even do that effectively because I didn't pick up a second item, so that was just a waste. Okay, well, let's just go down here and try to amass some coins if we can. Yeah, you have to be right on target with a bomb, otherwise it's just too far back to hit anything if it doesn't detonate instantly on the contact. Okay, CPU got caught by the sumo, so we'll take it. Yeah, I was thinking about just dumping the shell here, but let's think about this. We're not very comfortably ahead, so that may have been a big miscalculation right there. Oh. Let's go for the double on this side. We're in first, but it's not a very clean first. Not very clean at all. Okay. Got a slight second here. That's alright. Blue shell risk is still ever present, so we don't want to fall too far behind. Blue shell is coming. I've been trying to be a little more aware of the minimap too when we're doing this. Particularly with upcoming items and just the amount of distance that we are potentially behind. Wow, look at that. That was almost a tip over, but not quite. Not quite a wipeout. Okay. Nice advantage going into this segment. Just trying to double up on items there. That didn't work out, so let's... Yeah, that got me into trouble. Our rivals are within view, but we'll hit the 12 gate in first position. Nope, missed. It's okay. My handling here will be a benefit. Let's get a nice clean drift over into spin. Oh, we shouldn't have burned that coin, but that's good. We were trying to double up on the items anyway. Let's be careful of whatever chemics drop in with coin coffer. Shops galore. That's fine. Oh, so good. And move on. Yeah, I guess having a decent acceleration snet does help if you know you're going to get blue shelled. Whoop. Dodged the third one right as we saw the first two coming, so that was effective. But it does mean that we're not very far ahead. Okay. If we can get a good setup for back throw, I'll take it. But again, let's not ride too long in the wire. We saw the problem with that before. But now I actually saw how to get off of that cleanly. So it was improved. Oh, no, blue shell, well, that's okay. I was thinking maybe it was a red, but not the case. Again, the leader can really tear away with this if we don't contain that quickly. And bananas, we're not going to cut it here. We'll leave some on for defense for now, but let's get a bit closer. Oh, that was a problem. Okay. That was also narrowly defended. Let's try to catch up a little bit here. These panels. Try to draw something a little bit better at long distance. Or maybe about 2 seconds behind, I don't know. More than that now that we've been hit. Again, getting into the same familiar problem, which is not being able to catch the leader. Nope. Should have gone to dodge that. Unfortunately, yeah. That's a commanding lead this time, and we don't have a good solution to it. Someone needs to pick up a blue. And soon. No, we just don't have enough time to solve this. Because there's really just one more item block after this one. And then this is really the final bend, and so, yeah, no, we're going to lose. That's Wario crossing the tape right there, so it's going to be another second place by the looks of it. Possibly worse. But yeah, we were doing fine for a while, but then once he passed, we just lost the lead and continued to fall back. And that's the risk of not having high speed, is that, you know, when you're in second, you're getting outpaced by somebody higher speed in first. $14,000 tricks. We've been playing this a fair bit, I guess. I don't actually know what the weight on hammer is. I know that we kind of backed off from taking dry bones earlier from, again, lack of weight. Let's go with one of our favorite Wario costumes again. And build a little higher speed this time, perhaps. Wario on Bighorn. Let's do it. A little acceleration could be a bit of a concern there, but we'll try it out and see. Because high speed, when we do take the lead, has been working out for us. But again, everything just comes down to the last lap. If you don't have that massive lead. And moreover, if the blue shells are inopportune at the end, then That could decide everything. Yeah, Sultan Wario here, however, is the perfect fit for this opening. Shy Guy Bazaar. Yeah, I've been feeling more comfortable with the heavy setups anyway. It feels a little bit more natural. What happens if we just jump everybody else like that on the rail? Guess we can do that. Okay. Took a little bit of acceleration there, and then we'll be first going into this area, which may or may not last. It's okay with the blooper there. We have some pretty clear targets to boost through, so that actually cleaned it out immediately, which is nice. I feel like we do need to get those coins going, though, if we want to retain the lead, so let's pop the banana, pop the coin on the blue shell, and then luckily it didn't catch us at the jump. Well, most of those coins are going to be dropped into the abyss here, but we could stack up a decent amount ourselves. Whoa! That was a narrow escape right there. That could have dunked us. And spelled disaster. Okay, let's see about this rail here. Yeah. So it'll be second place going into this gate. I like how the path to the first gate is always such a long stretch. I mean, kind of needs to be so people don't just lose immediately to being dunked by one item, but... Can we hit with that? No, not quite. Oh, got some defense on that, but we peeled it off, so... that's a bad position to lose, once again. We really do need to have some discipline breaking into positions like that just to not lose quite as badly. But the first place Kaboom is not too far off, at least, so we've got a good coin count. So still plenty of room to recover. And taking a middle path is safe from sumos, at least until we get to the end. There we go. And let's see how much speed we can build up in this area here. Or we get fishboned or something. It's okay. Lightning just means that whoever's behind me loses their items as well. We're not that far ahead, so let's... Let's retain a little bit of defense here and see how we're doing when we get an opportunity to take a look. Yeah, we actually did hit that time. Finally using the rear view mirror to my advantage, just get in the right lane to back throw. I always love the little moments like that when we feel like we're actually winning on skill for once. Okay, got the banana down just in time. Good. We have a somewhat clean lead. Doesn't feel like it's very substantial, but yeah, not that big, but let's see what we can do. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Oh, got a bit of banana defense there, so that's not going to hit as well as we'd like, and not surprisingly, it is somebody high speed here. Rather heavy. So we can't let him tear ahead. Catch some of that rear drift. Well, that was actually... no, doesn't let you skip. Okay, that was a big mistake, potentially, because now we're letting him get ahead at a pretty critical juncture. So that might have been kind of a run-losing mistake. No, come on. No, and getting hit in the middle of the patch here, that was terrible. And we're not even going to make the 8 gate, are we? So yeah, this was just a huge fiasco all of a sudden. Coming out of that misplaced feather. However, this will help. At least in terms of getting us back into a playable position. Can I bomb him? No. Quite. Again, we just can't let him tear ahead that early, but at least first and second are kind of packed together a little bit, and you see that they're reachable. And let's just blow this up so we can do something a little more offensive. Not quite what I'm looking for. However, maybe we can catch something off the boo. Oh, again, the fact that a boomerang takes so long to be expended is obstructing our use of the mushroom, and that's not really great. Okay, at least everybody in front is in view. That's important. You know, golden shell on a rail, that makes it nice and clean to pick up all the coins. And so we are competitive here going into the final batch. We'll see how things go from here. This is a better spot than we usually find ourselves in here, but we still need to survive the last few bends. Let's get some defense up. Or not lose to somebody's golden mushroom or something. But yeah, you're not allowed to skip over that, judging by the arrows there. And that is finished. Run. I am not playing online. I actually just finished Mirror Mode Knockout Tour. This was the last one that we were looking for. Online, it looks quite a bit different because everybody's packed together quite a bit tighter. I have won a Knockout Tour online before, but it sometimes takes quite a few attempts even just to get past the first gate or two, depending on how some of the item RNG shakes out at the beginning, because online, everybody's just clustered, right? When you're doing Knockout Tour against CPU, it is much more about just not letting first place run away with it. And yeah, this last one took quite a few attempts here, but we did finish all of Knockout Tour Mirror Mode in one sitting today. And also wrapped up the Mirror Mode Grand Prix as well. So that's actually going to be the end of the single-player content that we're streaming here, probably, because I don't think we'll be pushing that hard yet against 3-star Mirror Mode or Knockout. We got a few 3 stars today, but not that many. And it does take a run of luck at the beginning to hit number 1 on every gate. Have I done Rainbow Road? Yeah, because Rainbow Road is at the end of Grand Prix, and I'll show you we have actually completely finished Grand Prix 3-star as of today, in fact. So 3 stars all done up to Mirror. So Rainbow Road's in the bag, and it's kind of too bad that that's the only place you can see Rainbow Road. You can't see it in Knockout or in the, what is it, the free roam, rather. I actually don't know how the online versus works yet because I've just been doing online Knockout, so I don't know if Rainbow Road ever shows up as a part of the draw there, but that's all. Unfortunately, you did come in right at the end of my stream, but glad to say hello to you regardless. And yeah, we'll occasionally come back for more of this. I've been playing multiplayer more off stream, but we might do a stream with some viewer lobbies at some point. But after 5 sessions on stream, we are finished with what we want to show of Grand Prix and Knockout Tour until such time as we want to wrap up the remaining 3 stars in Mirror. So yeah, we just got these 2, Mirror here and Mirror here. And a couple other ones that were close, hanging around 2 stars, but again, 3 stars requires you to hit first place in every gate, and I would imagine you'd need to re-roll that quite a bit. The high-speed builds really did pay off for us at the end, though, in terms of just being able to keep pace with the leader. Even when we momentarily lost the lead like we did in that last round. But we are done for today. This was a bit of a long sit, but our target was to clean it all up, and we did, so I'm happy with that. And Wario gets to do his little CPU-controlled victory lap over here. Is bagging still good, as in just hanging back and picking up the big stuff? Maybe at the very beginning, but it depends on what kind of race you're doing. I would say with Knockout, you might do that for the first stretch and the first leg of the race, but then you really don't want whoever's in the lead to tear away with it, especially against CPUs. Against humans, that might be a different story. But again, we haven't done online versus very much, and in general, compared to the CPU races, human players are much more tightly clustered, in my experience. And so you have these really sudden jumps between, 18th place and 8th place or whatever, where a few seconds difference can give you the best items in the game. And there's just lots of slinging back and forth. But again, we haven't really thoroughly explored a lot of the online play yet. I've done a lot of Knockout, but that's it. We'll have to get into the races properly. And one of the reasons I wanted to finish Rainbow Road, not Rainbow Road, one of the reasons I wanted to finish Mirror Mode rather right away was so we can actually properly get back into standard mode and learn things in the time trials and really do the versus races properly. But that's all for me today. We've got to go. But I felt like it was a big chunk of accomplishments, actually ahead of the pace I expected in some ways, to wrap up both a GP and knockout tour in one go today, and really an improvement on how we did in 150 knockout, just from being more familiar with the game, even if we were less familiar with the layouts. So thank you so much for dropping by at any point in the stream. Thanks for watching, and with whoever remains, we might drop you folks off somewhere else if a good destination is available. That is it for single-player Mario Kart on this stream for now. Until someday maybe there's patch content, or until someday we really want to push the remaining 3 stars in Mirror. And we'll be back with other games mostly, but we'll see about coming back for some multiplayer here as well. Thank you once again for joining me, and as always, have fun with everything you may be playing or making or watching. And as always, fare thee well.